Good morning, exhibitors. We will start in the hog green with Novice. Novice is if this is your first year showing a hog. You can still enter in your regular showmanship class. This is just a chance for you to get in the ring, get a little critique from the judge or positive comments from the judge. But this is your time to get out in the ring. If this is your first year showing, please be ready to start by 10 o'clock in the holding pens. If this is your first year showing, we will start with Novice, and you can still show in your regular showmanship class. Also, welcome to North Idaho. Spring does not want to give up. Summer doesn't come for a week, so come back and visit in a week. Thank you. Good morning. We have a couple minutes until the show starts. If you are a novice, please be in the holding pens. And today you will be showing to the judge in the black shirt. You are showing to the judge in the black shirt in showmanship. This is your last call if you want to show a novice showmanship. Last call. And this is your first call for PeeWee showmanship. First call, PeeWee showmanship. Thank you.
Like as soon as you get your banner, like
Just a reminder that as soon as you have your banners, when your class is finished in showmanship, you need to head without your hog, put your hog away, and head to the backdrop with your banner. After showmanship, please head to the backdrop without your hog to get your picture taken. Thank you. Novice is now entering the ring. We have started our hog show. This is our novice class. Following our novice class will be our PeeWee showmanship class. PeeWee showmanship, this is your second call. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Certainly a fun way to start, and hats off to the show committee that gives these kids this opportunity for this division. I think that's pretty neat, and not something you see at a lot of shows, whether we're on the younger end of the age spectrum or maybe just towards the first year of actually getting to show these things. I think it's valuable for these kids to get some one-on-one interaction while they're doing it, because if it's like me, you go back to the trailer, you got 7 different guys telling you what you should have done, when you should have done it, and how you should have done it. You can't always remember that in the time. So I think for this opportunity to be able to work one-on-one with the kids while they're actually in the midst of showmanship, I think is a pretty neat deal. So my hat's off to the show committee for giving that opportunity for these kids to learn and get better. So a good group that we've got out here. I know we only pick a grand in reserve in this division. I talked to each and every one of these kids, and kind of some main differences on some of our younger exhibitors, just some differences in terms of spacing. Didn't see quite as much of them. I encouraged each of them to try to stay within that 4 to 6 foot window in front of me at all times, so I can kind of see a bit more of them and get to study their hog, I guess, with just a little less effort out there. And that was kind of the main critiques on some. And aside from that, we talked to a couple exhibitors maybe about giving us just a few more angles right out of the gate, and I think a pair of exhibitors that do an awesome job just in terms of control and keeping things moving. And you can tell it picked up pretty quick on their understanding of how we need to position ourselves. I thought coming out of the gate, maybe we could see just a bit more three-dimensional of a view from a couple of them. And that's minor for first year, or for your kind of novice experience division here. I guess for me, when we come down to pick champion or reserve, I thought there was one out here that does a exceptionally good job. Like we talked there, I told her one time, maybe just give me a bit more of a dimensional view when we come out. Let me see just something a little different besides side profile. But aside from that, I like our young lady over here with the black-headed gilt to go ahead and be your champion. Young man in the blue on the far side with the kind of painted up gilt's going to be your reserve. And kind of the same thing. Maybe just didn't give quite as good of a first impression there. Gilt kind of wanted to be a knothead and take off on him just a bit, but I think he does an awesome job when we get out here in a group setting, keeping control, keeping things moving and rolling like they need to. Congratulations to all these, if you will, for me, please. Let's go ahead and congratulate all your novice exhibitors.
Congratulations to our novice champion, Candace Eider, and our reserve champion novice showman, Wesley Thornton. This is your last call, PeeWee showmanship. Last call, PeeWee showmanship. We only have one class of PeeWee showmanship, so the champion through 5th place will be chosen during the class. Also, I'd like to thank our title sponsor, Interstate Concrete and Asphalt, and our buckle sponsor, North Idaho Propane. We appreciate your support. Thank you. Entering the class now in the hog ring, we have Class 1, PeeWee showmanship. First call for Class 2, junior showmanship. First call for Class 2, that will be our first class of junior showmanship. So junior showman, you should be at your pig pen, getting your pigs ready. This is our first call for the first class of junior showman, which is Class 2. Thank you. Just a reminder that all the photos that are taken in the ring today and at the backdrops are complimentary thanks to our sponsor. And that will be, so I'm not, you look online under Sunrise Livestock Images or look on Facebook and they will have a place for you there to click on all the images. So look for your kiddo. Also a reminder, parents of the PeeWee Showman, if your child comes out of the ring with a banner, they need to go to the backdrop without their hog for a photo. This is your second call for Class 2, which is our first class of junior showmanship. Second call. Thank you.
Very good way to get started over here on the hog side with our PeeWee division, and then always a fun, I guess, age group here to sort through, and no matter where you're at, I guess. And to me, it's always an impressive thing because when I started, probably 12 years ago or so, yeah, there was some PeeWee shows, but it was basically, go out there, smile, chase your pig around, get a high five on the way out, and call it a day. But now we've made it into a competitive division. I think that kind of speaks testaments, I guess, to how good these kids have gotten at such a young age, because there's PeeWee kids now in multiple places in the country that are just as good as what the seniors are, if not better in most regards there. So awesome group out here to get started with. Just some main differences in what we kept back from the top end. I didn't find a couple of these kids maybe just to be quite as ripe yet in terms of understanding just some spacing differences, how far away they need to be, how close they need to be at times. Maybe had a couple dance partners that didn't want to quite tango with them as much as they wanted to, but looks like we've got a good understanding. We got kids that have hogs here in control on the end of their stick. It looks like they've worked with them quite a bit at home, got things going right, doing the right things, and it look like we'll have a pretty bright future ahead of us up here in this part of the world. So if you will for me, please, let's congratulate your first class of PeeWee Showman. My apologies, I guess, on the misunderstanding. Just one class on the PeeWee side, so we need to get you a champion in reserve. And for me, it's kind of a one-horse race. I think we've got a showman out here that's just very advanced, I guess, for this age in terms of intensity, control, and just ring awareness. I mean, being able to, give you a good first impression is one thing, but being able to maneuver right, make the right decisions, and do it at the right kind of speed there is very impressive. I like our young lady with the polka dot capybara there over on the far side. I think she's exceptionally good here to be your champion. It gets closer between our other two young ladies that for reserve out here that we went ahead and pinned off. I thought for reserve, there's one individual that does just a better job maybe in terms of her body positioning. I know we got two young ladies with hogs that are dang near bigger than him, so that can be tough on getting the right leverage there to kind of use against them and get them going where they want. For me, the one that does just a little bit better job in terms of understanding where she needs to be as to not obstruct my view of the hog. Young lady here in the pink bows is going to go ahead and be your reserve. Congratulations. I'm going to get this figured out by the end of the day, I promise. We go 5 deep in these divisions. So I guess for third overall, like the individual we just talked about, the young lady's calico gilt here is going to go ahead and fall next in line. Like we talked there, just some minor differences between her and the reserve. I thought at times she wanted to step off to the side and maybe just get in front of me just a little bit there. But in terms of control and understanding, I think we do a good job here. For fourth overall, I think another individual comes out next. Is probably one of the more consistent ones in terms of just being close to me, and maybe at times wants to get up on me just a little bit, but not really a showman that we ever had to search much for. Young lady right here in front of me is going to go ahead and be your fourth overall. For fifth, I think it gets even more challenging yet. In terms of ring mechanics, and a showman that you can tell has got a good understanding of their project and how she needs to handle it. I think there's a logical winner. Now, that being said, I think she's got a hog here that's maybe just not wanting to be a showmanship animal today. I know had a little trouble getting him out of the gate, have a little trouble getting him off the fence at times, but whenever she's able to get some separation there and get him out in the ring and just kind of showcase what she knows how to do, I think she's about as good as any of them. Young lady in the pink shirt on the far side will be your fifth overall. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion, PeeWee showman, Emmy Nicholson, and our reserve champion, PeeWee showman, Aubrey Tobin. Our third overall PeeWee showman, Kenzie Tetrick. And congratulations to our fourth overall PeeWee showman, Daphne Stevens. And our fifth overall PeeWee showman, Porter Miller. Congratulations. Kendall Tetrick, we need you in the holding pens for the first class of junior showmen. And remember to take your banners to the backdrop for your photos. This is your first call for Class 3 Junior Showmanship. First call, Class 3 Junior Showmanship. In the ring right now, we have Class 2 Junior Showmanship. Thank you.
I promise we're not going to go breakneck speed all day. I know we got some smaller classes here as we get into some of these individualized heats, so we're kind of taking them as they roll and keeping a good rhythm on showmanship, but we'll take time where we need. But, I think a good trio we got saved back, and certainly two individuals we got left out here that doing, I think, a very good job in certain aspects there. Just some minor differences there. Didn't find the young lady to be just quite as aggressive in terms of her demeanor, in terms of her intensity as we get right out of the gate. Maybe didn't see just quite as many angles there as what we saw from our initial three that got pinned back there. Young man probably does a better job, I guess, in terms of my preference for speed there at times. Another one that maybe just gets a bit more one-dimensional, I guess, in the views that he had to offer off the bat, and maybe just doesn't stack up, I guess, with the first impression group that we got pulled back. But I think two individuals that when we get them out in the group setting and in the big ring setting, it's going to be hard to poke some holes in them. So I'm sure plenty of showmanship banners ahead of them in their day. A good group we got started with. Congratulations on your first class.
Landon Carhart, your class is in the holding pens for junior showmanship. Landon Carhart to the holding pens for class 3 of junior showmanship. This is the first call for class 4 of junior showmanship. Class 4 to the holding pens for junior showmanship. We have a call back from junior showmanship coming back for our final drive. Cade Wolf, Ty Knob, and Paisley Bardwell. Entering the ring now is class 3 of junior showmanship. Class 4 to the holding pens of junior showmanship. Thank you.
First call, class 4, head to the holding pens.
I think a nice second heat that we get into here, and maybe just a bit more personal preference, I guess, in terms of showmanship style as we get into a good, deep group of kids that I think all cover most of the basics, honestly, and maybe not just a whole lot of critique there, but I think a good top end that allows us some separation just in terms of judge personal preference and, comfort level and body posture, I guess, are something that we try to preach at home to our showmen. I personally am not a fan of the bouncing up and down, and we call it bunny hopping back at home. I know that's the thing to do now. Whatever TikTok trend kind of thought that was cool, and if that's how you're comfortable showing, do not take my opinion, do not change a dang thing, because if that's what you like doing, do it. I'm just saying in a showmanship aspect, maybe just not what I would prefer typically there. So a good group of kids that we've got out here. Congratulations on a nice second heat here. My hat's off to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Hagen Tippett, Colton Corey, and Tucker Wolf for their callback for the junior finals. We need Caleb Curry and Carter DeBolt to the holding pens. Caleb Curry and Carter DeBolt to the holding pens for your showmanship class. And we will need our callbacks from class 2 and 3 back to the holding pens. Cade Wolf, Ty Knob, Paisley Bardwell, Hagen Tippett, Colton Curry, and Tucker Wolf. We are waiting for Carter DeBolt and Caleb Curry for class 4 junior showmanship. Following this class, we will have our junior finals. We are looking for Caleb Curry and Carter DeBolt for Class 4 Junior Showmanship. Caleb Curry and Carter DeBolt, your class is in the holding peds, ready to enter the showmanship ring. This is the last call for Carter DeBolt. This is the last call for Carter DeBolt to the junior showmanship ring. Your class is entering the show ring, Carter DeBolt. And following this class, we will have our champion junior drive. We will need Cade Wolf, Ty Knopp, Hagen Tippett, Colton Curry, Tucker Wolf, and then we will have our final drive. Entering the ring now is Class 4 of Junior Showmanship.
I believe our final heat we've got in this division. I think it's still a very good group of kids, and you never quite know, what you get into. I guess that's a Forrest Gump quote, like life is like a box of chocolates, and usually this age division is too, because we got kids that are still, at the age that this might be where your introduction starts to the show pig deal, so you never quite know what you're going to get in terms of control, or never quite know what you'll get just in terms of ring awareness at times. But I've been impressed all the way through with each of these 3 heats. I thought all the kids that have came out have got a very good basic understanding of what needs to be done and the manner it needs to be done, and that makes it more fun as a showmanship judge on my end, because then we can get just a bit more nitpicky and kind of pick off the top end and start getting into some of our preferences. I think all 3 of these young ladies still do a nice job. I would say maybe just some differences in tempo here. Young lady here does a good job when we can get that one rolling. I just didn't find her to be as in sync with her animal at times when we study stride for stride and step and wanting to maybe just get a bit more aggressive on turning and throwing some things off here. Young lady here in the blue bow right next to me does a good, steady, consistent job. She's maybe just a bit more calculated, I guess, in terms of her thought process at times. I could stand to see her go just a shot faster, kick it up just a higher gear to run with some of the ones that maybe hit you just a little bit harder from that regard to start with. But I think in terms of placement, in terms of body positioning, we got all those things covered. covered and then some. Young lady comes back out. I remember her there from our first year deal. I commend her for coming out with the seasoned veterans here. And I think, honestly, took a lot of the advice that, like we talked about there in that initial deal and stayed close to me, stayed consistent in her spacing, kept things moving. You know, maybe just didn't see as much control at times, didn't see as many angles offered to us as what we saw in the group that we pulled back here. But great group here all the way through. Congratulations to each of them. We're going to go ahead and sort through this division. We'll get you a champion.
Congratulations in Class 4 of our junior showmanship. Kenley Tetrick and Laredo Headley will be heading into our final drive. We are having our champion junior showmanship drive currently, so intermediates, you should head to the holding pens. Intermediates, head to the holding pens for your first class. Thank you.
I got. Hey folks, just a reminder, out here on the east side of the Jacqueline building, that's our VIP parking area. I've got people that paid to have a special spot out there. I've got a ton of cars and vehicles that are parked where they're not supposed to be. If you could let a friend know, spots 9, 10, and 11 that are marked out here on the east side of the show barn here, we got to get those cars moved. I got people trying to park trailers. I appreciate your help.
Fun group that we've got out here is we get all your callbacks back in here for your champion through fifth honors, and like we just talked, I guess, in that last heat, it makes it fun on my end because the kids in this age group, I would say as a whole, we're light years ahead of maybe where other places in the country are, just in terms of depth and quality all the way through there. So then we can get fun and we can say that we want to put it under a microscope and make it that much more interesting to figure it out. But I'm gonna be honest, I didn't need the microscope on this one, because in terms of an exhibitor that can do all the right things, and I know this is a group that even the kids that we get to work with at home ask, they say, Drake, what do you think a good showman looks like? And you know, I would always tell them a good showman's the one that can do everything that you need to do in terms of basics, in terms of turning on a dime, in terms of understanding and placement, and they can do it at a better rate, a higher speed than everybody, and just make it look easy. I think there's one showman out here that does that. Young lady in the green, you're a good one. Here, you're our champion. I think another one there that just in terms of rate of travel and in terms of intensity at times, it mirrors a lot of the same quality there as what we found in that champion. You know, maybe just a bit more aggressive at times on the stick, or maybe just not quite as calculated in turns, but in terms of just general makeup, I like the young man in the orange here to go ahead and be your reserve. I think he does a very good job there. For third on through fifth, maybe you got a little more sort, a little more give and take, I guess, because I think you could honestly go about any direction and still make yourself look pretty smart at the end of the day. Kind of revert back to first impressions, I guess, and that initial drive, and another showman that in terms of intensity and just his positioning, his body posture and demeanor hit me awfully good, and certainly doesn't disappoint. I don't find him, I guess, to be as quick to the punch as what we found that Grandin Reserve, but young man right here in front of me in the red does a good job. He'll be your third out. For your fourth out in this division, another one that maybe breaks our mold, I guess, in terms of her type and kind, and in terms of just demeanor and posture there. Gets a bit more relaxed at times, maybe just a bit more calculated, but at the same time in a group setting, maybe just didn't find her as aggressive to work towards the top of the heap in this division, but still a very good one. Young lady here in front of me is going to be your next in line here. And for our final spot in this division, another good first impression exhibitor in terms of turning and being able to kind of maneuver quickly and do things efficiently and yet do it quickly. Just the difference there, I guess, in terms of body posture, maybe look just a bit more unnatural, not quite as comfortable at times in terms of how he wanted to position himself, but I still think basics are all there and still does a good job. I like your young man in the purple here to be your fifth out. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion junior showman, Kenley Tetrick, and our reserve champion junior showman, Colton Curry. Third junior showman, Cade Wolf. Fourth junior showman, Paisley Bardwell, and our fifth overall junior showman, Hagen Tippett. Congratulations to all our junior showmen. Remember to go to the backdrop with your banners for your photo. Without your hogs, just your banners to the backdrop. We have Class 5 intermediate showmen in the holding pens entering the ring. Class 6, you should be headed to the holding pens. Class 6 headed to the holding pens. In the ring now is Class 5. Thank you.
Good start here, I believe. I'm not sure, I guess, what you call this age division, but I'd call them, I guess, intermediates back home, and we're off to, I believe, a good start here with the group that we got saved back. I'd say the next closest one for me was probably our young man in the green shirt there, and, at times, I think when we can get that one out and get him rolling and he can create some space for himself, then there's a lot that we can appreciate about that style of showmanship. I think he's relaxed in terms of just his posture, but yeah, it's still aggressive when it matters on the stick. I don't find, I guess, just the same commitment from him and in terms of showing me some different angles, and especially when we come out and with our first impression, I'd like to see just a bit, I guess, fuller figured type of views there that when we come out, but I still think I thought he was awfully close, does a highly commendable job. Good group here all the way through. I think these kids each do a great job in terms of basics. I think maybe just some positioning is what separates the top end here. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Class 5 callbacks for the final, Landon Cedarbloom, Kaylee Eider, and Presley Willis. Class 6, intermediate showman should be in the holding pens. Your class is entering the ring. Class 6, your class is entering the ring. Class 7 will be our final intermediate showmanship class. Class 6, we are missing Dayton Wilkinson. Class 6, intermediate showmanship, Dayton Wilkinson.
Good second group here of your intermediates and another group, not to sound repetitive, but a good group that I guess fundamentally as a whole, doesn't offer just a whole lot of sort, which, makes it fun, makes it difficult, is at least worth noting, I guess, on from my end. And I'm incredibly pleased, I guess, with the topping we got saved back. For me, probably the next closest was our young lady in the peach-colored shirt out here, and I think probably mirrors just a lot of the same quality there in terms of how she wants to position herself, in terms of understanding how to move through the bigger group setting that we've got out here at times. I didn't find her to be just as quick. I think in terms of her eye contact and intensity and focus on where I'm at, it's good, but at times maybe it wants to hinder just a little bit. I think maybe at times she's a little bit more focused on me than where the pig's heading. Not to say she doesn't have control, but maybe just isn't quite as aware of surroundings there, potentially, is what we found in our top end of this class. But I still think does a very good job. Nice group of kids here all the way through. Congratulations.
Congratulations from Class 6, our callbacks and intermediate showmen are Waverly Millard, Avery Deeds, and Beckett Covey. We have Class 7 intermediate showmanship in the holding pens and getting ready to enter the ring. Following this class, we will have our champion intermediate showman drive. For that, we will need Landon Cedarbloom, Kaylee Eider, Presley Willis, Waverly Millard, Avery Deeds, and Beckett Covey. Class 7, Intermediate Showmanship, is entering the ring. Following this class, we will have our champion Intermediate Showman Drive. Seniors, be on deck. Thank you.
I know we're bigger in numbers on this last heat. I don't remember, I guess, the last time that I ended up pulling 5 out of a particular heat. And I know over the last couple weeks, the judging shows, we use this format, I guess, a lot in terms of the multiple heats and keeping back what you like. And, you know, I guess kind of thinking back, I don't remember a time where we kept as many back in that group. I thought that was a very good way to round out this age division. And that takes nothing away, I guess, from these kids. And just some differences in speed and control or maybe intensity at times is what kept them, I guess, out of our initial sort, but nothing to hang your head on. You fell in a very good class of showmanship. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm sure you'll be up there. Congratulations.
The paisley shirt or the guy at the very end in the holding pen?
Congratulations to our Class 7 Junior Showman. They will be coming back into our final drive, which we will be having here shortly. Our champion intermediate showman drive will be happening shortly. If you had a callback and were penned, you need to be in the holding pens ready to enter the ring now for your final drive. Seniors, the first
Something with a 3 at the end. 213. 13. Okay, well then you guys are wrong on one of yours. Oh, she didn't mark.
Awesome group here all the way through. I know a pretty big crowd that we've got out here in terms of numbers. They get the call back, I guess, for our grand drive. But, I think that's the way it's supposed to be in terms of as we get older, as we get better. I think it's worth recognizing that. And I guess in my own kind of cruel way, I like when we get a ring full here. I think it makes it to where you kind of sort contenders from pretenders, because you got to weave your way in and out of about 10 or 15 of these. And I guess the boys kind of get separated from the men there at times, and makes it fun, I guess, to watch from a showmanship judge perspective. And, I think we got 3 showmen here on the top end of this deal that are all very good, and honestly all offer a lot of similarities just in terms of intensity, in terms of just their understanding and spacing at times. And, I would say, and I say this not with any negative connotation to it, there are 3 showmen that do a great job and don't do it with a whole lot of fireworks, I guess. And, there's nothing, I guess, just extra standout like whenever they come out, and I know that's going to come off wrong and sound negative, but they cover every single base, and they don't have to do anything extra special to stand out because they're so fundamentally sound. It's something you pick up on right away, and I think that's what makes it fun on the top end. And I'll be the first to admit, whenever those 3 came out, I kind of had a way in my mind I was going to do it based off the first impressions from their initial heats there. But when we come out and we get them in a group setting, I think there's one out here that really rose to the occasion, is doing an incredible job of maneuvering, and I can promise you there's people with 2 good arms that can't do quite as good. Young man in the cast, you're going to go ahead and be our champion. I thought that young man was very good, especially when we got out here. I mean, just kind of like a running back waiting behind the offensive line to open up. He was picking and choosing and doing things right and never broke speed, and I think that's a good thing and a very hard thing to do. We got, like we talked, similar types out here. I guess the one for me that's maybe just a shot more aggressive than what our third place individual is there at times, and my next favorite in the lineup, I like the young man in the orange here to go ahead and be your reserve. For a third out, and then the other member of our trio, I guess we've been talking about, I like the young lady here in the blue shirt to go next. And like we talked there on that reserve pick, maybe just didn't find her as aggressive in her spacing or as aggressive in working through the pile as what we found the 2 young men on the top end. But I'd say those 3 could go for a showmanship battle 10 different times and come out with 10 different answers there. I thought all of them are very, very good. And I guess that what makes it just a little bit tougher as we get on out here for 4th and 5th and kind of do revert back to, I guess, some first impressions and sort through those initial classes. And I think another one that can kind of, I guess, keep up in terms of speed and rate and doing things well, and maybe does offer at times maybe just a quicker step and maybe just a bit more aggressive nature. But when we get out here in a bigger setting, maybe didn't see quite as much of her. Young lady here in the cheetah print is going to go ahead and follow in next. Should be 4th. Our young lady in the red here is going to go ahead and be our 5th in this division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion intermediate showman, Avery Deeds. Our reserve champion intermediate showman, Grant Walder. Our 3rd overall intermediate showman, Waverly Millard. 4th overall intermediate showman, Kaylee Eider. And our 5th overall intermediate showman, Presley Willis. Congratulations, intermediate showmen. Please head to the backdrop with your banners without your pigs. After you put your pigs away, please head to the backdrop for photos with your banners. Entering the ring now, we have Class 1 of our senior showmanship. Class 1 of our senior showmanship. That is called Class 8. So Class 8 is entering the ring. Class 9, you should be heading to the holding pens. Class 9, headed to the holding pens for senior showmanship. Thank you.
First way to, a great way to get started in our first class here of our oldest division. And like we've talked there, kids should be getting better as they progress. I know there's probably showmen in here that are on the twilight years, I guess, of their show career, have had plenty of experience. And, every now and then, I guess we'll find some kids that are maybe just now getting started. But it makes it fun here in the senior deal. We can be just a bit harsher, I guess, at times on how we want to sort and where we want to cut at. And, I'm looking forward to sorting through it, I guess, is the moral of that story. The next closest for me, I guess, remaining out here was our young lady in the blue. And I think first impressions wise, she does a great job in terms of giving me angles and giving me the right kind of look. I thought her rate of speed and just her control coming out of the gate was certainly pretty commanding. As we get out here, she's honestly just got a bearer that wants to work against her. Never once, as we got past that first initial impression, did he just want to kind of fall in line and do what we needed to, just in terms of conforming to what she needed and what she wanted, and in terms of consistency or speed there. I'd like to see him cooperate just a bit better for her, but I think she does a great job in terms of what she knows and what she knows to do. And a good group here that we've got out here, good consistent group, certainly no slouches we've got remaining, just maybe didn't find as much of a separation, I guess, quality for where we find the top end of this class. Congratulations.
Congratulations in our Class 8 Senior Showmanship. Call back to the finals, Caitlin Dutton, Quiana Kundal, and Reagan Kilman. Entering the ring now, we have our Class 9 Senior Showmanship, Class 10 Senior Showmanship. Please be headed to the holding pens. Also, we would like to thank our sponsors. Our title sponsor, Interstate Concrete and Asphalt. Our buckle sponsor, North Idaho Propane. Tailored Cattle, DG&S Company. Thank you for sponsoring our show today. Thank you. Abby Wilkinson, your class is headed in the show ring. Abby Wilkinson, your class is headed in the show ring.
Good second heat here of our senior division. I believe 3 that we got pulled back here and some good ones to bring back out. Excited to see how we fit into the mix there. And, I'm going to sound even more repetitive, I guess, the further we get here because, there are a lot of different types here. And I honestly do believe that there is a division or several divisions here that it's just going to be a roll of the dice that day because I think in terms of separation, it gets harder and harder throughout each of these kids because fundamentally, we're all so good and we're so sound there that I guess it just strictly comes down to preference there, and then maybe just some speed or maybe just some just how we wanted to handle ourselves when we came out from a first impression standpoint is what keeps a few of these back. But I think a good group of showmen here, and if you told me that each and every one of these had won something along the way in the showmanship ring, then I wouldn't argue with you. But just a good top end here, a great group all the way through. Congratulations as they make their way out.
Congratulations to our callbacks from Class 9, Abby Wilkinson, Jesselyn Magerly, and Jaron Knopp. We have Class 10 loaded in the holding pens and ready to enter the ring. Class 11 will be our final senior showmanship class. Following that, we will have our champion senior showman drive and then our overall champion drive. Class 10 is heading into the show pen now. Class 10 senior showmanship heading into the show ring now. Class 11, please head to the holding pens. Class 11 to the holding pens. Thank you.
I know I've had the opportunity a couple of times, but I'm going to say it, I guess now, and I'll say it probably a few more times. I think every show should have a DJ at it, and I think every show should have music because it's a great way. And you guys are pretty fire on the aux cord right now, so keep that up all day, and we're going to have a good day. This, I would say, as a showmanship heat and back to business here, that as a whole was probably the toughest for me to make a first couple cuts out of, and I don't say that because the quality's not there. I say that because we got a ring full of these kids that are honestly just cookie cutter in terms of their style, in terms of their presentation, in terms of what we wanted to do when we get in a group setting. And about the third or fourth one through the fence or through the gate, I realized we should probably just let them all out and start to see what we can do there, because there's just not a whole lot of sort there off that initial impression. I think that's what's going to make it fun and gear us up for a good drive. good group of kids, taking nothing away from we got out here. You run into a tough class and a tough division, and may unfortunately get the bad break on it for the day. But I think in terms of basics, once again, we got everything covered that we need to know there. So good job. Congratulations. A very fun class here to work through.
Congratulations to our Class 10 senior showmanship. Coming back for the final drive, Spencer Bratton, Adeline Kinsey, Riley Gregg, and Dallas Headley. Heading into our ring currently is Class 11 of senior showmanship. Following this class, we will have our senior showmanship final drive, and we'll need Caitlin Dutton, Quiana Kundal, Reagan Kilman, Abby Wilkinson, Jesselyn Megerly, Jaron Knopp, Dallas Headley, Riley Gregg, Adeline Kinsey, and Spencer Bratton. Please be ready for your final class, the final senior showman drive after this Class 11. Thank you.
Nice way to round out our senior division here, and maybe just a bit tougher, I guess, and all different types of tempos and all different types of styles come out, and maybe just a little bit harder, I guess, of a class to piece together from a first impression standpoint. I think there's several of them out here that, in terms of just skin and hair and presentation, that I personally do believe plays a big role in showmanship, in terms of just how they're able to maneuver their stick and their animal are good. I find maybe in this class we find a few more showmen that get, I guess, just a bit lethargic when we get out here in terms of speed, or maybe wanting to cut corners, or get maybe just a little bit looser, I guess, and not quite as focused or intense when we get back out to start driving towards me. But and that's what my main sword is, I guess, and here, and we fix those things, and we're still bulletproof, I guess, in terms of the basics throughout this class. A good class here to round out our seniors with. Congratulations to all those kids as they make their way back.
Coming back from our Class 11 senior showmanship class, Jaden Staniford and Coy Bratton. We will now be having our champion senior showmanship drive. And I wanted to let you know that there is a black hog with a black barrel with a tag 379 that is in a holding pen. Please come to the pig arena, to the announcer stand here at the pig arena to claim your pig. Thank you.
Fun group of seniors we got out here, and I think an awesome way to end our showmanship division. As good and deep as what we found here, probably, and I guess rightfully so, like we've talked. Kids that are the most advanced, I guess, or most likely the most advanced at this stage in terms of show ring exposure and experience. And man, it's fun to sit back and watch what years of hard work and paying attention can do. Makes it fun here on the top end. I think for me, there's a 3-horse race that we've got out here, much like our last division there, and I think maybe, unlike that last division, there's 3 different styles here in terms of aggression or in terms of focusing more on angles or, just trying to do a little bit of both at the same time. But I think the one that puts the most good together for me, and honestly, is a bit more unorthodox, I guess. And I like that because obviously it worked and I'm talking about it. Takes a different approach to things, takes some different angles to things, takes just a little bit different route than norm, I guess, and going against the grain and can still do everything right from a basic standpoint. Young lady here in front of me is going to be your champion. I thought she was exceptionally good. Like we talked, she takes some different cuts, some different angles, offers you some different looks, and I think that's pretty memorable, I guess, from a showmanship judge perspective. Thought she was good there. Another one that hit me awfully hard in their initial sort. It does quite the same in terms of just passion and focus and speed. Another very good one there. Like we talked there at times, maybe just not quite the extreme dedication to showing me as many angles as often as what we found in that champion in this division. Still think she's awfully good. Young lady in the pink over here to my left is going to go ahead and be your reserve. I think another one that fits that kind of top-tier caliber mold there and maybe just offers some of the same sort as what we found in that reserve. It's over our top trio, I guess, just kind of the lesser individual in terms of giving me views and giving me options and giving me just a whole lot of different angles, I guess, to study on their hog. But their speed and just their presence whenever they come into the ring is one that will grab your attention right off the bat there. The young lady does an awesome job right here in the stripes. She'll be your third out. it gets tighter as it has after those first three in each of these divisions, and 4 and 5. I think maybe in these seniors offer just a bit more separation. Another one that comes through that, I'll be the first to admit, I guess in our initial class, I waited just a little bit longer. He came out of a deep class where we had a lot of similarities, I guess, on that top end. Kind of wanted to see what we could do, and in that class, as he catches a pin because he excels when he gets in a group setting, kind of does the same thing out here. Young man in the blue shirt driving away from me, he's going to go ahead and be your fourth. I think it's anybody's game out here for your fifth and final spot here in this division. I guess the one that I keep coming back to that'll be the most memorable, I guess, in terms of their style versus the contemporaries. Young lady in the black kind of sweater there driving away from me is going to be your fifth out.
Over here I have them.
Congratulations to our champion senior showman, Riley Gregg. Our reserve champion senior showman, Jesselyn Magerly. Our third overall senior showman, Adeline Kinsey. Our fourth overall senior showman, Spencer Bratton. And our fifth overall senior showman, Reagan Kilman. We will now be going into our, we need our PeeWee showman, our PeeWee champion showman for our final drive. Emmy Nicholson to the holding pens for the overall hog showman final drive.
Alyssa asked that you have the seniors wait at the backdrop to assist them without their names.
If the seniors who just received banners from Showmanship could go wait at the backdrop, put your pigs away and wait at the backdrop for your photo with your banners. We are going to take a 10-minute break after this Supreme drive. We will take a 10-minute break after this Supreme drive, and then we will head into our Kootenai-born breeding gilt show. So by 10:30, our Kootenai-born breeding gilt class 1 at 10:30, you should be heading to the holding pens. Thank you.
Well, I think a really cool deal and a really good group of showmen we've got out here. Obviously, worked their way to the tops of some pretty tough heats all the way through, and I can promise these are about as good as you're going to find anywhere. And I don't know if you guys venture back towards the east much, back towards the Corn Belt or the Midwest, and I promise no matter where you're at, these kids are going to be on the top of the heap, and that's what's impressed me all the way through. You never quite know when you go to a different climate or a different part of the U.S. what you're going to get into, because everybody has got different styles and different ways of doing things, but I've been impressed top to bottom. I think this is as deep and good of a showmanship group as I've got to sort here as of late, at least. And these kids have been awesome top to bottom, like we've talked there a few times. I know I've mentioned being repetitive about the depth, the quality we found in each of those divisions, but I think when they're that good, you know, it's not just fluff or not just filler. I promise I'm not here, I guess, to just make you feel good about yourself or make friends with you afterwards, but they've been good all the way through. They've been dang good, and I think you guys should be proud. So I guess if you will for me, please, I'm not going to ask for a lot of applause all day. Let's congratulate all your kids here that did the showmanship contest today. I thought that was exceptionally good there. We get out here, man, it gets tough. I think there's a couple of them, you know, obviously 4 that are very, very good, and I think 2 that kind of rise to the occasion here, and it's kind of a heavyweight battle there, I guess, on trading punches on the top end, and it gets close and tight, and obviously we got some age differences, we got some experience differences, I'm sure, and maybe that factors in just a shot there, but there's one that's just a shot sharper when we compare them in terms of making turns and getting there quicker. Give me what we want, and we revert back. I think so against the grain and such a memorable type of showman. Young lady that won our last division, you're going to be our supreme. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Riley Gregg, our Supreme Champion Hog Showman, and thank you to Eddie Davis and K Feed Solutions for providing our overall showman. Please make sure that you go to the backdrop for your photos. We now start our 10-minute break. We will start our show back up at 10:40. We will start with Class 1, Kootenai-born breeding gilt. There will only be one class for that. And then after that class, we will move into our AOB breeding gilt. Once again, I'd like to thank our title sponsor, Interstate Concrete and Asphalt, our buckle sponsor, North Idaho Propane, our ambassador tent sponsorship, Country Store and Musselman Family. And today we are Ring B Trans Ova Genetics. Thank you for supporting our show. Thank you.
guys. Congratulations on the showman show here in the pig barn. During the break here, if you just take a minute, walk over, check out some raffle items that we got going on. And the silent auction, you could check on the...
It likes to pick you up here.
It likes to pick... Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Quit on me. Oh. Take a ride by the silent auction. Check on the items. Go ahead and check on SC Online. That auction's going there too. We want to benefit and bless Chris and his battle with the brain tumor there. If you guys can take some time, peruse those items and bid often.
Welcome back. We will now be starting our gilt show. In the hog ring, we will be having our Class 1 Kootenai-born breeding gilts. This is your final call to come to the ring, Class 1 Kootenai-born breeding gilts. In this class, we will pick our champion and reserve champion Kootenai-born breeding gilt. Class 2 AOB breeding gilt, this is your first call, and Class 3 AOB breeding gilt, this is your first call. Class 1 Kootenai-born breeding gilt, you should be in the holding pens. Class 1 Kootenai-born breeding gilt, you should be in the holding pens. And I would like to thank our sponsors for providing the shavings and the removal of the shavings. That is Idaho Forest Group and Cannon Hill. And thanks again to K-Bar Feed Solutions, Eddie Davis, providing our hog overall showman canopy. and Grand Champion prize. Our sponsor for the Grand Champion hogs in breeding and market today are Smasney Show Pigs. Thank you, Smasney Show Pigs, for sponsoring our Grand Champions in gilts and market hog today. Once again, Kootenai-born breeding gilt, you should be in the holding pens. Class 2 and 3 of AOB breeding gilt, this is your first call. Thank you.
Well, I think a really cool division here and a great opportunity for not only the Kootenai area breeders, but for the showman and exhibitors to tie into a division here to start us off that, not everybody can participate in. And I think that's great for, not only the breeders and their business, but for the kids and opportunities being able to have out here. A very fun deal. I wish more local shows would add in opportunities like that for people. I know back in Iowa, we offer a state program for our purebreds. We don't maybe localize it it just quite as much, but I think this is a pretty cool deal. And I think a good one that starts off, our young man in the calico gilt's the one that needs to win for me. And the gilt that's just the most memorable from the side in terms of her elevation. She's sharp and clean about her throat and her jawline, and yet still busted open and square and bold where she needs to be. Coming at us, knee sets in her right, chest is great, leaving us her hock and her hip, balance and blend and flex and go like they need to. You know, at times, is she just the quickest in terms of her pace? Is she just the, I guess, the biggest motored at times? You know, I think that's a question we can ask ourselves. But in terms of preparation, build, design, look, and fundamentals, gilt that covers a whole lot of good there. I like the young lady in the black here to go ahead and be second in this division. One that looks like an exceptionally good breeding female on down the road when it comes time to put a rod in them and put them back into a program. I think as big and bold and busted open as you could be in this upper portion of that chest cavity while still keeping that knee and those front feet as good and square as they have to be. Big and bold and chunky about her center rib, and yet still good and clean and fresh about her lower belly line and her flank. Her hip lays in her right. Her pin set's big and square. Is she just as attractive in terms of her jawline, in terms of the flesh she's got back into her throat? Probably not. I don't read her as crisp in terms of her muscle from her shoulder blade on back into her mid-spine there. I'd like to sharpen her up there. I'd like to freshen her up in terms of her look. But hey, I think as a breeding gilt on down the road, that one's going to be awfully fun there as a show gilt and as a sow. Power Hog here comes into third, and one that just gets a little too bunched up for me in the front third of her body. I'd like to make that neck tie out just a bit higher off the front side of that one's shoulder. I'd like to clean her up in her crest, and I think if we can do that, then we're on the same playing field as the two above her, because from her shoulder blade on back, that is a stout, powerful type of gilt that's big and bold in her midrib, gray in her underline, very feminine in terms of her flesh and her muscularity up high, and leaves you square and comes at you just as good there. I need to make her better in that front third. I need to make her just a shot more elevated. Gilt here that maybe becomes another one that gets a bit pointer in the crest of her neck. At the same time, she wants to dry up the most for me in her heart shape and her forerib there. I got to make her just a little bit bolder in terms of her body. Got to soften her up and drop her down just a little bit more there. Gilt here that's got some neat pieces that comes out, but ultimately ends up being just a bit too uncoordinated for me in terms of her step and her movement from behind. She kind of wants to swivel out of her hips. She kind of wants to plant her toes just a little bit wonky whenever we study how she moves at the ground. If I can rein that one in, I think there's some good lean shape. I think there's a competitive type of skull shape and elevation up front. I got to make her just a bit more coordinated to move her on up the line. Gilt here that maybe just gets a little bit staler for me in terms of condition and presentation, but one that in terms of feet and legs is about as good as you'll find. I think effortless in terms of her movement. She's great in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her hip that allow her to get out and travel with that kind of comfort. I need to see more of her. I need to freshen her up, make her just a little bit sharper in terms of her look and presentation. Gilt here that just wants to fall out of balance a little bit. She wants to lurch a bit far forward in her shoulder. She wants to bring her top line up in consequence of that. If I can lay that shoulder back in her, if I can open that chest and square that knee up, drop a little bit of belly in her, we got room for that one to move up. Another great one in terms of feet and legs. I love the balance that look she offers down her top line and just her symmetry from the side. I need to see more of her. She's too one-dimensional for me in a breeding gilt show. Congratulations on a very nice Kootenai division.
Congratulations to our champion Kootenai-born breeding gilt, Cade Knopp. Reserve champion Kootenai-born breeding gilt, Paisley Bardwell. Third place, Kootenai-born breeding gilt, Emmy Nicholson. In fourth place, Camden Bradshaw. In fifth place, McKinley Thornton. We have an announcement. There are horses running loose on the fairgrounds. Horses running loose on the fairgrounds. We have class 2 now. There is just one person in this class. The AOB breeding gilt class 2. Class 3, you should be in the holding pen, and we are missing a couple of people from class 3. Riley Gregg, you need to be in class 3 AOB breeding gilt in the holding pens.
Just a single entry here in our first class of these AOBs, and obviously the young pup on the block just in terms of size and maturity, but I think got some pieces we can work with there. Maybe comes to us just a little bit more raw in terms of its flesh and its makeup today, but I think as that one progresses through the feeding window, continues to fill out and flesh up, then we've got a good hind leg, we've got a good pastern set and a good angle to our shoulder with a pretty unique type of skull shape for a little red one. I think time on feed and maybe just a bit more flesh will be that one's best friend, but we got a solid start fundamentally here to start us off with. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Haley Schlosser. Entering the ring now, we have our Class 3 AOB breeding gilt. Class 4, you should be in the holding pen. Class 4 will be our last class of AOB breeding gilt, and then we will have the final drive for champion AOB breeding gilt. Class 4, please come to the holding pen. Thank you.
maybe a bit tougher class to put together here as we get into these seconds of our AOBs, but I think the one that probably checks the most boxes for me will be our young man with the Yorkshire gilt here. Go ahead and start us off with. If I could maybe just open that gilt up just a shot in terms of her chest and knee, then I think, that decision, we don't even need to question it, and we can go off without a hitch, because from the side, that one's just elevation and trajectory of her shoulder up front, her neck extension, her balance down her top line, and yet still being a moderate hog. It's appropriate for me at this stage of the game in terms of her flesh and her muscle pattern up high. Leaves you good and square as she steps. That's a nice pig here to go ahead and lead us off. Young lady's got a breeding piece in the Duroc gilt here that comes in second, and I would say, her true value is probably going to be when we load her in the crate, because in terms of her feel, in terms of her prep for today for a show ring setting, we maybe want to make just a bit more critical on that. She wants to hollow out just a little bit more right there through her flank and into her belly. If I could make that one's just lower body match the kind of power she's got working with up high, then I think we got something to work with there, because that is as big of a forearm and front foot, as big of a rear heel and ankle as what you're going to find on a red gilt that can keep her joints clean and keep her hip functional and still maintain some balance there off from the side. Got to see more belly, got to make her a bit more feminine, I guess, in terms of her flesh for this stage of the game. A young lady here with the Chester gilt's got one that's a hind leg and a hawk away from going ahead and daylight in the class, because the front 2/3 of this thing I think are very good. Great in terms of her front foot set, in terms of her chest and her knee. Another one that offers a killer look in terms of just a natural uphill trajectory. In terms of her top line, she's fresh and shapely down her center groove, and yet balanced and ties effortlessly, I guess, into the back of her hip. We step in behind her. She gets a bit too wide in terms of her hawk. I got to rein her back in, square her up just a little bit as she steps away from us. Duroc gilt here that if I could give her just a shot more base width and give her a shot more just power, I guess, in the seat of her pants, then I think we got a good balancing, probably a good moderate basic type of Duroc female there. Comparatively, I guess, the three that place higher to her, we got to make her just a little bit broader there when we study her coming and going from us. I need to give her just a shot more punch and power in terms of muscle shape up high as well. But I think a nice female that balances well and does a lot of good things from just a skeletal quality perspective here. A Hereford gilt that maybe just wants to fall out of balance in terms of her mass and how it's distributed there. She leaves you with a very big hip and a big open up pin set. A great look as she leaves you, and then maybe wants to taper just a little bit as we work towards her mid body there. She becomes a bit flatter in terms of her midrib and on into her heart. A little bit longer bodied there, and maybe not able to compensate with just quite as much feel to get that one to balance up as good as what we'd like. I think a gilt here that we could say probably the same things about as what we found in that Hereford gilt. I just didn't read this one to move just quite as good off of a rear skeleton as what we found there, and that's why we end up just a place lower. Add some rib, add some fluff and power there, and I think there's a balanced animal that's got a good look. I just need to see more of her in terms of her body feel and her body cavity today. Young man here, he's got him a knot head, and I feel bad for him from that regard, because if you've ever had a Duroc gilt that's got a mean streak in her or an ornery streak in her, they're about as hard-headed as anything, and they don't want to do much in that way. For this gilt, just to see her get out and relax, I need to see her shoulder lay in her just a bit differently. She becomes a bit more pinched in the center portion of her spine, wants to fall out of balance, and in doing so, when she gets tight, it wants to kind of draw her hip up underneath her. She's not able to take just as efficient of a step off of her rear too is what we need to find there. Gilt here that just wants to maybe just kind of dry out and stay out just a little bit in her flesh. I need to make her just a bit more comfortable, allow her to relax in terms of her body condition. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Class 3 AOB breeding gilt. In first, Brody Casto. Second in class, Leighton Broxel. Third in class, Riley Gregg. Fourth, William Wilson. And fifth in class, Justin Dutton. Congratulations, and we are in our Class 4 AOB breeding gilt class. Following this class, we will have our champion AOB breeding gilt drive. And for that class, we will need Haley Shosler, Brody Casto, Leighton Broskell, and our top two out of Class 4. Prospect Class 5, you should just start getting your pigs ready. This is your first call.
good top four here in this class, and it makes it difficult. Take maybe just a little bit longer time to kind of piece things together, because I think each of these offer some extreme pieces and some far-reaching stuff there, but do it in a completely different fashion, and maybe none of them just piece everything together quite as well. But in terms of just trying to find the most of the good there, that's maybe where we take just a bit more time. For me, I think the one that needs to start with will be our young man in the green with the Durai gilt here, and I think that's the balanced gilt that's still fresh and shapely. She's appropriate for me in terms of her rib shape and her lower body line there, good and square out of her upper hip and her rump, and yet still the most comfortable for me out of her shoulder of our initial trio there. She takes the most efficient steps, she's got the longest reach, and everything kind of maintains and stays where it needs to be when we get in motion there. Certainly not one we need to make excuses for in terms of her knee, in terms of her chest width and squareness up front there. I think a good gilt that puts a lot of good stuff together. Congratulations there on a nice place to start. I like the young lady's Chester gilt here to go second, and a gilt that maybe becomes just a little bit flatter in a couple regards. She wants to close up and condense just a little bit more as we work towards her forearm. She's maybe just not quite as bold sprung at the upper portion of her chest or in terms of her width at the ground as she leaves us, but in terms of another one that's got some mover and shaker quality about her there, big and heavy, set to her hind leg and set to her rear toes there, super stout and broad right there on the top of her loin edge and down into her mid body. I need to see her match maybe just a little bit better in terms of her heart and in terms of her flank there, but another one that's awfully stout, still maintains some balance and composure, is a good type of animal here. I'd say probably the bigger, safer, older one would be the one that comes in third with the young lady here, and one that's maybe just a little bit staler for me, I guess, in terms of her muscle shape, not quite as crisp for me in terms of her throat latch and her jawline right there, but I think in terms of skeletal quality, we got everything we need there. She's still plenty good for me as we get bigger in terms of her chine. She hasn't started to close up in terms of her knee. I just didn't find her to offer just as much punch right there behind her shoulder, or when we study her down her top line. I need to shape her up. I need to make her just a bit more youthful in terms of her head and her neck there. You know, the one that either needs to go fourth or win the class is what comes next, and I think an extreme one in terms of the pieces she has to offer. Wild in terms of her muscle shape and definition when you get right on top of her, especially for the Duroc breed. As big and square of a loin edge is what you're probably going to find in most places there. Ultimately for me, I think the extreme pieces need to blend together just a little bit better. She labors the most in terms of her movement pattern out of her shoulder and her front end. She tightens the most out of her hip. I need to see her move with just a little less effort there at times, but certainly one we'd appreciate for having some far-reaching stuff there in terms of what she's got. I think on the stand, then this one's awfully good, and another one that's so big and so good about the rear toe quality and size and just the mass and power they've got off of the rear skeleton there. We set this gilt in motion, and maybe that's where the problems start to rise up. She becomes the most vertical in terms of her shoulder and her ankle. I like to allow just a little bit more cushion up front there through her king, and she wants to straighten up, maybe frail out just a slight bit in terms of her front foot size compared to the rest of her. Allow her to move with just a little bit better comfort and range of motion there, and I think from her shoulder on back, about as good as we could draw up. A spot gilt here that comes out next. That's another one that just gets a little too choppy for me in terms of her stride off either end of her skeleton there. A little bit quicker to the punch on her step, a little bit more calculated, I guess, in terms of her front shoulder movement there, but yet another one that still offers us some good and plenty of good that I think needs to be expressed there. Another shapely, fresh presented one that's still good in terms of her body wall and in terms of what she's got to offer from a rib shape and a belly perspective there. I need to see her go just a little bit better, but certainly not a throwaway type of female, one that's got some good there to her. Another one here as well, one that's good about her softness of center. She's got a big, deep type of belly and underline there to her there. I think maybe that's what wants to work to her detriment just a bit. She gets a little too loose for me right there ahead of her loin hook up and into her spine. Wants to get a little bit lazier, wants to maybe throw off her balance and how she's able to step and motor off of her rear skeleton. Strengthen her up there, maybe peel just a little bit of that lower body wall off of her, and I think we can get things to tie up just a notch more efficient there. Congratulations.
Congratulations in our Class 4 of AOB Breeding Gilt. First place, Dallas Headley. Second, Dallas Headley. Third, Caitlin Dutton. Fourth, Kylie Staniford. And fifth, Spencer Bratton. We will now be heading into our champion AOB Breeding Gilt drive. Class 5 Prospect Crossbred Breeding Gilts. You should be in the holding pen. Class 6, this is your first call. And while you're paying attention, I would like to thank the sponsor of this day, Trans Ova Genetics. Thank you for sponsoring the show today.
I think a good AOB drive that we get out here, and I'm not going to say maybe just gilts that are absolutely just perfect everywhere, but I think gilts that are obviously very good and can go into a purebred setting and truly, I think, make an impact when mated right there. And I think for me, it becomes a pretty easy winner, a gilt that puts a lot of good together just in terms of balance and look and freshness of appearance. She proportions out so well in terms of her spine length and how we've got that one presented from a muscle and a fill perspective there. Still square and good and flexible off either end. Young man out of the last class, he's got our champion AOB. We dropped that second place out like we talked in that last class. I thought they were all exceptionally good and offered some different stuff, and it just became down to which one could put it together the best. And we get maybe just a bit critical. We call this gilt just a little bit harsher, a little bit harder in terms of her forerib and her heart shape there. Don't read her be just quite as opened up in terms of her base width up front or at the surface when she leaves us there. I still think pound for pound, that's the next best one, though. Congratulations, should be reserved.
Congratulations to Dallas Headley, champion AOB breeding gilt. And congratulations, Dallas Headley, reserve champion AOB breeding gilt. Please head to the backdrop with your banner for a picture when you can today. Samantha Smith, we're missing you for class 5 of your prospect breeding gilt. This is the first class of prospect breeding gilts, and Samantha Smith.
For third out here in our purebred show, I think another one that came through early and offers a lot of good just from an eye appeal and from a presence perspective. I think a tall-shouldered one that still opens up into a good center body cage. She leaves you square. She's got a good bending angle to her hind leg that allows her to go with some comfort there. Like we talked there, we could make her just a little bit broader and open her up through her knee and on into the ground, but I think that's critical on one for that breed that offers us a whole lot of good. I like a young man's Yorkshire here to be your third out.
Congratulations, Brody. Third place overall AOB breeding gilt. We are now heading into our prospect breeding gilt class.
They're scratching Samantha Smith.
A good way to get started on our prospects, and I know we're moving through these pretty quick, but when things come together, I'm ready to roll and go. So I think an easy class winner here for the young man directly in front of me in the blue stripes here, and one that I think for this stage of the game fits everything together so well. A big, heavy type of forearm, great presentation in terms of her muscle shape and her feel, and yet keeping her appropriate elevation up front's great. Indicators read that one's going to be awfully stout as she continues through the feeding window. It's a very nice pig here for this weight the young man's got to go ahead and start us off with. Young man on the far side is going to go ahead and be our second place here. I think one that just from a presence and silhouette perspective can kind of fall into that line pretty easy. And I'd be the first to admit I need to make her broader right there through her chest. I need to make her heavier in terms of her front foot and her front ankle, but in terms of maintaining composure and balance, and yet still leaving us with some width from behind where she looks like she'll grow into just a little bit more power, then I think that one patterns up pretty good and offers probably the right kind of mold that we're looking for there. Now, if you wanted to start the young lady here with the black-headed one over our second place hog, then I think there's some give and take there. That one probably is maybe just a nickel more opened up right there at the top of her chest. She's probably just a shot softer bodied in terms of her lower belly and her flank today. I didn't read that one's head shape to be stout enough. I didn't read her jawline to be just accentuated enough to make it through the big run, maybe versus what that second place individual was. I think in terms of flesh, we're right on compared to what the second place was. I just need to see that one stouten up front, maybe open her up just a little bit more right there and behind her shoulder. Still, I think a nice hog there. The time should be friendly to as she goes on here. One that's maybe pushing just a little much for me at this stage of the game in terms of her muscle shape. You're maybe just a little bit quicker maturing in terms of her spread there up high. I need to allow that one to tame down just a little bit, make her a little bit more practical in terms of her shape, or allow that hem-wing junction to maybe fill in and blend just a little bit better, allow her to hinge and go with just a little more ease. But I think a gilt that still offers some pieces. She's good and consistent in terms of her bone column. She's got a good competitive look ahead of her shoulder. Allow that one to soften up, and I think we probably got something there later on. Congratulations.
Congratulations in our Class 5 prospect breeding gilt. Our class winner, Easton Zerbach. Second place, Carson Ostrander. Third, Hallie Melsness. And fourth, Amelia Ray. Entering the ring now, we have Class 6 of our prospect breeding gilts. Class 7, this is your first call. Thank you.
think we find a good pair here on the top end of this class. And I think maybe just some minor details or comfort are what's going to end up sorting here. I like the young lady in the green here's Calico gilt to go ahead and start us off with. I think bar none, obviously a gilt that maybe even gives up some size pound-wise, but certainly doesn't give up any feature because the heaviest featured hog, the biggest and boldest and roundest right there through her lower joint into her ankle and stout and flexible, got a good bend there off of her rear skeleton. You know, is she maybe just the tallest fronted? Does her neck tie just the sharpest out of the front of her shoulder? Probably not. But in terms of her skull shape being appropriate still, her neck and her jawline good, you know, there's maybe not even enough of an issue there to mention. I think a gilt that balances good, comes with some extras, and it is the most comfortable in terms of her movement pattern to start us off. My compliments there to that young lady to start. A great presence, a striking, memorable type of look from the side is what the young man in the green here has got to go second. For me, this gilt becomes maybe just a bit too upright in terms of her shoulder and her front foot up front. She wants to labor just a little bit more, get a little bit more tentative in terms of her front step off of her rear skeleton. I didn't read her power to match just quite as well. She wants to shorten maybe just a little bit more off of the backside of her hip, right below her tail head. She wants to fall off in terms of her power right below her pin shape. I need to make the rear third of her just as powerful as what that center body is to get that one to balance just a little bit better. But if you're looking for one that's got you everything you need from a look and presence perspective, then that's a tall-shouldered, sharp and long neck looking one there. Make her a bit more comfortable, give her a shot more power off her rear third, and I think we can play ball there. Young lady's got one here that maybe kind of breaks our mold there of just comfort from behind, but I thought the front two-thirds of her was too good to let slip on down the line. I think a combination type of gill of the two above her there that still offers us some height of shoulder and some look through the front third of her body, and does it with a heavy upper forearm and a good set to her front pastern. We step in behind her. She's a little bit coarser about her joints. She swings just a little bit wide when we step in behind her. I need to rein her in and make that hawk clean up just a little bit better for me to move her up anymore here. Gilt here that's obviously been fighting some strep along her back line, and I think that's maybe what's wanting to make her kind of drop down there. It creates maybe just a bit more separation from a gilt that leaves you with that leads with a big chest and great shape there behind her shoulder. She kind of wants to dry up right there through her flank. She wants to get just a little bit ouchy yet about the set to her spine, and maybe just wants to hollow out just a bit too much for me to move her up. But I think if that one's just rear spine and the heel of her loin decide to raise up, if that belly decides to drop, there's a big skull, big-footed, big-toed type of gilt there that's got a lot of good on down the way there. Young man brings out one that just gets out horsed in terms of power. I need to make her stouter featured. I need to open her up in terms of her rib shape and her flesh, but I think in terms of her feet and legs, one's one that's really good. I would venture to say that was probably a showmanship gilt, and he drove her for about 20 minutes out here, and she's still not tired yet. So you know there's a good skeleton in there. We just need to put some more meat on it to move her up any higher. One here that's just a little quicker for me, maybe moves just a bit indifferent about the back of her hip there. I don't know if we got maybe just an injury or we're just a little bit more uncoordinated off of that left rear, but we kind of want to hook that leg and move that rear pastern just a little bit too awkwardly for me. I need to make that plant just a bit truer from behind. I need to allow her to move with just a little bit more coordination there as well. Round out with one here that's maybe just a bit too raw for me in terms of her muscle shape today. If we could tone her down and allow her to maybe just decompress a little bit right there ahead of her ham-loin junction, get her to soften in terms of her mid-body, then there's some far-reaching stuff there in terms of look and elevation up front and a big old type of hip leg into her. Just need to see that one a bit more practical in her flesh. Congratulations.
Congratulations in Class 6, our class winner, Kenley Tetrick. Second place, Dallas Headley. Third, Jaden Staniford. Fourth, Carter Sexton. And fifth, Beckett Covey. We are now heading into Class 7. Class 7, Prospect Breeding Gilt. Class 8, this is your first call to head to the holding pens. And following Class 8, we will have our champion prospect class. Thank you.
Another good pair here where we find on the top end of this class. Young lady here in front of me is going to go ahead and start us off with here. And I think a gilt that's bulletproof in terms of her feet and legs, and yet can do that and still offer us some look and some spread, some power, some extras in terms of ring presence and show appeal. I think a gilt that's elevated, she's good and competitive about her skull shape and her jawline, opens up into the right kind of fit and hydration in terms of her rib and her feel there. I'm more comfortable with that gilt's hind leg set and just the balance out of the backside of her skeleton, perhaps, and maybe where I am in second. I think a good gilt there. A gilt here that hit me awfully good in terms of first impression, and one that would. I think travels at a high rate of speed and does everything right off to the side when you study how her shoulder lays in her, how everything moves and flexes. She's got a good bend to her hind leg. Off to the side, she's able to reach and plant and go and does a lot of good things there. We step in behind her. She is right there on the edge, and in terms of that left hock placement at times, she wants to bring those toes out, plant just a little bit harsher there. I didn't read her to be as bold in terms of her chest or as heavy in terms of her front foot and forearm, maybe is what that class winner was, but in terms of some striking stuff there from a first impression standpoint, a good heavy featured one that's presented right, capably driven. My congratulations there to that young lady. One here that just gets out horsed in terms of the two above her. I think she's extreme in terms of her width and can still handle it relatively well for this stage of the game. She wants to dry up and draw up the most in terms of her belly line and her flank for me. I just didn't read her to be just quite as good there in terms of the front third of her body either. She wants to set that neck just a little bit lower in terms of her shoulder cavity, maybe just not quite as shapely there, but I think one that still offers you some good value there, still got a show pig look to her. Need to make her just a bit taller fronted and allow that belly to soften just a bit more. One that if you're a fan of bone and power, then this one that's coming out next is going to give you all you want, and for me, maybe just becomes a bit too short-statured in terms of her height off the ground, but for one to have a hind leg that big and a rear foot and a rear heel spread that good and yet still keep her joints good and her hock square, I thought that one was too good from that regard to move on down the way. I need to make her bigger in her kind. I need to clean her up on her crest there, but I think a stouty there that lands in a good hole or a good place here in this class here. A sharp-looking one there that from the standstill offers you a lot of good. That one's as long and clean and tight about her throat and her jawline as what you could ask. Square in terms of her pin shape from behind. Good bend and angle off of her rear skeleton. She uses those rear pasterns and digs them in and moves and grooves like we need her to. She becomes too dry for me in terms of her rib shape. She becomes too straight for me in the angle to her forearm there. I need to see a little more break and deviation right there at her ankle. Give her a little bit more cushion and let her just reach and rumble with a little bit more comfort and ease right there. Gilt here that maybe just kind of falls out of balance for me. She's got a big rear skeleton, a massive upper hip. She's got good shape along her top line and good spread there. She ties into maybe just a little bit frailer of a front third than what I'd like to see based off the power from her rear skeleton. She wants to kind of close up in her chest. She wants to take that to the ground there, maybe frail up just a little bit in terms of her front arm and her ankle there. I need to fix her there, just get her to blend and balance out just a little bit better, working with what she's got there to move up. A blue gilt here that maybe at times wants to get just a little bit ouchy in terms of her step up front. She wants to rock maybe just a bit far forward in terms of her knee there, wants to close up at the base of her chest. I think if we can fix her there, then the young man's done an awesome job from her shoulder on back, because that's a fresh presented blue one. It's got great spring of her rib there. She's good about her body feel. Her hip is comfortable. Her hind leg and her joints are spot on. We fixed the front third of that one. There's, I think, certainly some room to move up here. Gilt here that just becomes a bit too flat for me in terms of her body wall there. She wants to pitch maybe just a little bit further forward in terms of how that shoulder lays into her neck there. I need to open her up. I need to freshen her up just a little bit more in terms of her shape and her body condition. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Class 7 winner, Jesslyn Magerly. Second place, Reagan Kilman. Third, Spencer Bratton. Fourth, Cade Wolf. And fifth, Brody Casto. We are now having our last class of prospect breeding gilts. Class 8 is entering the ring. Following Class 8, we will have our champion prospect breeding gilt class, our championship, and for that we will need Easton Zerback, Carson Ostrander, Kenley Tetrick, Dallas Headley, Jesslyn Magerly, and Reagan Kilman. Once again, we are on our final prospect class, and following that we will have our champion drive of our prospect breeding gilts, and then we will go into our progress breeding gilts. Thank you.
I think an awesome heavy class here to I believe, wrap up our prospect show, and I think an awesome trio here on the top end, and maybe a top pair that required a bit more give and take as we got out here and drove versus what I thought we might have in our initial impression. I think one that needs to stick out and win rather handily. A young man here in the far side of the ring is going to go ahead and start us off with here, and I think an extremely memorable type of gilt in terms of her presence and her elevation up front, sharp about her skull, great about her jawline, opens up into an absolutely beautiful spread from her shoulder on back into her pin set there. Got incredible shape working down her top line, and yet it doesn't want to hinder anything in terms of her movement there. For that one to be carved out, presented right, and hydrated that good, and yet still keep everything in touch and moving good. We got a good one there to lead off that class. Young man's blue one, I remember from showmanship, and I didn't get to study it awfully hard then, and I was excited to see her roll back in through here because I think, especially for a blue hog to rig with that much freshness and power on the upper side of her skeleton, yet still keep her head and her neck that elevated and clean, then we're awfully good there. And I think comparatively versus our class winner, I didn't read that one to be just as opened up at the ground or right in there through the twist of her pants right there. I need to make her just a little bit broader there. I think her range of motion's incredible. If you want to say that she's probably a little bit softer made in terms of her lower body versus that class winner, then I won't argue with you there. I just thought one that we need to read just that much stouter, I guess, compared to an awfully good, or that much broader, in terms of her width compared to a good one to start off this class. Young lady's got a neat kind of breeding piece here in third that if we can keep her hind leg in check, I think that one's got an awful lot of good to her. Probably the heavier skeleton type of gilt, even amongst that top trio, about as good as you could make at the view we got driving right to us. A big, heavy skull type of gilt there that's still fresh and compact for a gilt that's maybe got just a little more heat at the base of her crest. It still blends right into a big upper rib and big upper skeleton. Like we talked there, we step in behind that gilt. She wants to wing out just a little bit wide in her hock. She wants to twist and pivot just a little bit indifferently, I guess, off of her rear toes there. Square her up just a shot there, and I think we can move that one up because there's a whole lot of good in a gilt that's got that kind of power and presence there. Gilt here that just gets out horsed a bit. It becomes a bit more generic in the look about her cheek and into her skull and her head there, but I think in terms of her movement pattern and comfort level, we're very good there. She still maintains some width width and some power there. She's fresh and opened up in her center cavity there. I need to accentuate her, I guess, in terms of her jawline, maybe just freshen her right there at the base of her throat, make her just a little bit heavier featured as she steps away from us to run with them ones up above her there. But I think as an individual on its own merit, that's a good type of gilt there the young lady's driving. Awfully heavy featured one here that comes next. A big hind leg. Awesome spread there to her rear toes as she goes, or as we study her at the ground. But as she goes, another one that maybe wants to swing out just a little bit wide, and yet another one that gets a bit more generic right there about the base of her throat and on back into her shoulder there. Need to elevate her up front, freshen her, and maybe just rein her in a bit from her width as she leaves us behind. Excuse me. A gilt here that comes out next. It's got a high speed and a great running gear. Young man does a good job of getting that one showed off. Good lean shape on the top of her body. She becomes too one-dimensional for me in terms of her spread. I got to soften her in terms of her rib and her body. I got to open her up in terms of her chest. But from the side, in terms of balance, in terms of comfort, in terms of range of motion, I think we're really good in all those regards there. So I think if that one continues to flesh, we got something there to work with. A gilt here that just gets a bit too ouchy for me in terms of her front foot. A little bit softer in terms of the set to her pastern, wants to labor her just a little bit more. Another one that we could square up just a shot as she steps away from us. But young man's done a good job on getting a big upper rib cage and some good muscle and spread up in the top side of that gill. Feet and legs maybe just want to taper out on her just a bit. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our class winner in Class 8 of the Prospect Breeding Gilts, Kyle Odell. In second, Tucker Mockridge. Third, Reagan Kilman. Fourth, Reagan Kilman. And fifth, J.C. Wilkinson. We will now have in the ring our champion Prospect Crossbred Breeding Gilt. Class 9, this is your first call. Class 9, you should be heading to the holding pens. Progress Breeding Gilts. Class 9 to the holding pens. Thank you.
Good prospect division here all the way through. Should be an awfully fun group, I would think, to go home and have on feed. And I know we got maybe some still at home that are on probably the upper end of this weight group. And just seeing what we got at that size out here, man, I'd like to go to the drawing board, I guess, or take a couple of these home with me and see what we can do. But I think, irregardless, quality all the way through, some good potential here, some far-reaching stuff, and yet still correct and comfortable like we need to find in the breeding gilt setting. For me, the one that needs to win and win handedly based off of presence and range of motion in terms of presentation up high from an extreme amount of shape and keeping everything together. Young man right here in front of me has got your champion. I know we're moving quick enough over here, and I think as it becomes to the crossroads of a tougher decision, I'll kind of walk you through some thought process briefly. We drop a good second place gilt out, and like we talked in that initial class, we like that pair quite a bit. Maybe even a gilt that offers just some added softness of center there versus that champion. Another one that just runs directly uphill in terms of her balance, does it with some freshness through her head and through her neck, and ties into a beautiful top line there. Like we talked, is she just the biggest and boldest in her chest or at the ground? You know, maybe that's where we can make things a bit more interesting. You know, and I think another one comparatively out here that maybe is better in a couple regards in terms of the calico gilt here in front of me that probably is just that much better and a nickel more opened up in terms of the upper portion of her chest there. You got to ask yourself, though, you know, is that one's elevation up front going to be as good as even what this gilt will be when we get to that weight? Because like we talked in class there, I think that's a gilt that's just right there on the edge. It does her shoulder tie, or excuse me, her neck tie out of her shoulder just high enough, or is that one just going to read maybe just a bit more basic there as we go through the feeding window? Is that one going to come with the same softness, the center there, and allow her flank to tie into her just as good? I think these are questions you ask. I guess for me, the one I keep coming back to, I like the young man's blue gilt there to go ahead and be your reserve. For our third out in this division, we probably already gave our cards away. I think my next one that needs to fall in line is our young lady's calico gilt right here. Help me congratulate her. No second place out of that class. Another one that hit me awfully good, and I promise I'm not going to just pick on a little one or leave it out. A lot more questions, I guess, come with that. But I think when you start with one that good, she could be fun all the way through. I like our lightweight here to go ahead and be fourth. Drop our second place out of that first class. A gilt, like we talked there, that I think offers some good balance and height of shoulders, a good silhouette there from the side. Maybe just not quite coming into her own yet in terms of her width and flesh there. Another one that hit me awfully good just in terms of opening up into some fresh shape and a big rib here. Be our young lady here in the pink. She's going to follow next. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion prospect, crossbred breeding gilt, Kyle Odell. Our reserve champion prospect, crossbred breeding gilt, Tucker Mockridge. Our third overall, Kenley Tetrick. Fourth overall, Easton Zerbach. And fifth overall, Jesselyn Magerly. Congratulations. We will now be heading into our Class 9 Progress breeding gilts. Class 10, this is your first call.
I think a non-negotiable class winner for the young lady here in front of me. Go ahead and lead us off, and I think one that will catch your attention right there from the center gate. Incredibly good in terms of presentation, skin and hair, and just muscle shape and hydration up high. I think are all spot on for where that gilt needs to be. But more importantly, her structure's got the goods there to match what she's working with aesthetically. Balances well from her blade on back to her hip, leaves you good and square and big and bold about her hip wall and her upper pin shape there. Good as she comes to us, and in terms of her width there, still fresh and feminine about her head shape, and yet opened up and manly, I guess. And in terms of her body wall, more bare proportions there that I think are outstanding to tie everything together. That's a very good one there, I think, to start off this class with. It gets it maybe just a bit closer out here for second and third. And I think for me, the one that's maybe just a nickel bit better in terms of her front pastern set will be the young lady here to go next. And one that comparatively to our class winner there wants to straighten up a shot more in terms of her shoulder and her knee set up front. She wants to get just a little bit rounder in terms of her overall makeup and just not quite as carved out or defined in terms of her rear hip shape or just in terms of her neck and her shoulder and where they tie together at. A gilt there that maybe just wants to tighten up as well in terms of her range of motion. I think just freshen that one up in terms of her muscle definition, allow things to bend and flex just a little bit better, and we can even make that top pair a bit more competitive here. If you want to tell me that the gilt here in third uses the rear skeleton better, then I won't argue with you one bit. I do think that one is better in the way she hinges and goes out of her hip and her rear step there. I think she's still square in terms of her the shape to her hock there. Front third of this gilt's body is maybe what sorts her on down into three. She becomes just a nickel flatter footed in terms of her pastern set. She wants to become just a bit more ouchy and a bit more labored in terms of her step there, and she's the lower fronted gilt there of the three, and maybe just throws off her balance. But I think from her blade back, big and bold and opened up, certainly a good looking type of gilt there to fall into line in third. Young man brings one out that from the side, I think, kind of works her way up towards the top of the class. It's unfortunate when we step in behind her is maybe one of the few spots that we have to make her better. She wants to bow out just a little bit more in terms of her hock. I got to bring that back in more baseline, but I thought, regardless of her hock set, there's a lot of good there to that animal. We just need to make her just a bit more comfortable and correct there as she leaves this gilt here that comes to us just a little bit more raw. She's a little bit harsher in terms of her flesh and her hair coat there, but I think in terms of balance, in terms of some lean muscle shape and still being able to pick up and put down what she needs to from a range of motion perspective, we're good there. I need to make her just a little bit fresher in terms of her feel. I need to beef her up just a little bit in terms of her forerib to move up higher. Very good look there. If I can fix this gilt here driving right to me, then I think maybe we can overtake a couple of the ones above her there. She closes up a bit too much for me in terms of her knee and her chest there, and kind of maybe just doesn't want to balance out quite as good from her shoulder on back, because a gilt that opens up into honestly a big rear skeleton there, it kind of throws you off as you begin to work towards the front of her, and she begins to become a little more apex and close up there. Fix her there, and I think there's some good there. Skin and hair is awesome, very capably driven there. Gilt here that just gets a bit too bunched up for me. She wants to bunch up at the heel of her loin. She wants to kind of become just maybe just a nickel too moderate for me in terms of where her neck and her mid-body read there. I think a stouty there, though, that the young man gets a good motor out of, gets a high gear there. She's heavy featured, still square off of every angle of her body. Just some preferences there. I need to make her a bit longer on both ends of her skeleton there. One that comes out that pains me to do it, because I think the front two-thirds of this one are deadly good. I got to square that one up. We got to draw a line in the sand in terms of hock shape and where we're at there. But I think, man, if we could just put a different rear leg on that one, then we're talking towards the front end of the class there. We'll round out with one here that just gets maybe a little bit quicker for me. She's shorter in her cannon. She's a little bit choppier in her steps. She's a bit more aged appearing, I guess, in terms of her the crest of her neck and on into her shoulder. Need to make her just a bit more youthful, a little bit taller in terms of her front third of her body to move her up any higher. Congratulations.
Kenzie Tetrick, your class is heading into the ring. Kenzie Tetrick, class 10, is in the holding pens, heading into the ring. Class 11, Progress Breeding Gilt, this is your first call to head to the holding pens. Once again, Kenzie Tetrick, your class is going into the ring. Thank you.
Well, fun having Dad here this weekend. I know he's doing the cattle show tomorrow, but I think when we get into some tough decisions, it's always nice to kind of bounce things off somebody and let alone it be your dad. And I think we get a very good group out here, a good top three that I think offer some differences. And I guess for me, thinking bringing hog wise and thinking just comfort level, balance, and then starting to stack extras on in terms of feature and in terms of just overall comfort level. I think for me, the one that needs to start, young lady in the black shirt in the center of the ring is going to go ahead and lead us off there. And, I won't argue with you if you want to say, hey, that one doesn't have just the shapeliest, freshest back shape. That one wants to wrinkle maybe just a shot more in her loin. I would tell you her motor's as good as anything. She looks as genuine in terms of her skeletal mass and power as what we've got here within this particular class. And yet her indicators all read good. Her chest is good. Her hock's good. Her power's good off of every end of her skeleton, and it matches. That's the consistent gilt. That's the one I like here to go ahead and lead us off with. Now, your questions can probably come between second and third. Ultimately, I like the young man in the blue here to go ahead and be second in this class. I'll be the first to admit, man, that's not a great paint job. We need to make the aerosol enhancement just a little bit better if we're going to do that, because I think it makes that gilt look that much staler when we get her out here. But when we study just her upper dimension and just her shape and her turn to her upper rib, everything blends and matches there. She does it with just a little bit more range of motion, a little bit better comfort there. She's bolder in her chest and her knee than a few of them on down the line, and yet still shapely and sharp about the front third of her body. Comparatively, I guess, to our class winner there, I didn't read that one to have just the same consistency of power from the top of her hip on down into her lower bone column there, but I still think that's a good one there that offers some good pieces here. Young lady's got one that's maxed out. I mean, I think I absolutely maxed out to the T, and maybe it wants to kind of work to her detriment just a bit. She's a gilt that just wants to run out of gas in terms of her motor. She wants to tighten and stiffen off of both turns of her body there. For me, what sorts her into third is as she drives to us. That's the narrower gauge one in terms of her knee. Need to square up and make her there. But, man, there's some expensive stuff working within that gilt when we start to talk about back shape and spread and power and look and just presence from the side, I guess, when we stop and begin to study what they got standing there in motion. I need to make her better. Need to make that knee broader here. A calico gilt here that runs into a buzzsaw of a class in front of her, but I think is good in her own right. That's the lower set gilt in terms of her elevation up front. She's the most generic in terms of her cheek and her head shape there, and if I think I can fix that and make her just a little bit taller fronted and sharper there, then from her shoulder on back, she's as good as what we've got, because that's another one that's presented well, opened up into a big rib, has an appropriate amount of fill on the lower portion of her body. She leaves you with a good rear joint, a good set to her hock and power there. Need to make her a bit more attractive through the front third of her body. One here that's got a color pattern that maybe wants to work against her, but I think even yet when we begin to study her, that's the gilt there that maybe just gives up the most in terms of muscle shape. She closes up the most at the top of her shoulder. I need to freshen her up, I guess, from that regard, and maybe just give her a little bit more lower body capacity to run with a couple gilts there above her. But from the side, skeletally wise, and I think in terms of presence and having some extra look and elevation and height of the shoulder, we got a plenty good one there. One here that wants to just kind of shorten in terms of her step from behind. She wants to kind of draw up and maybe just didn't want to fill out as good right there through her flank and into her heart shape there. If I can get her power and her spread down low to match, if I can get that hip to hinge just a little bit easier there, then I think there's a good looking gilt that's still got some good shape up high, still plenty fresh, I guess, in terms of that regard. One here that comes out that's maybe just a bit more over conditioned for me in terms of her throat, in terms of her mid body flesh. She wants to playing out the most for me in terms of her shape behind her shoulders. She kind of wants to arch up just a bit more there in terms of her spine. I need to fix her and relax her just a bit from that regard. Peel just a little bit of cover off of her. Nice class.
Congratulations to our class winner in Class 10, Avery Layton. Second place, Spencer Bratton. Third, Palin Miller. Fourth, Palin Miller. And fifth, Kenzie Tetricht. Entering the ring now, we have Class 11 of our Progress breeding gilts. Class 12, please head to the holding pens. Class 12, which will be our final class of our Progress breeding gilts. Class 12, this is your first call.
I think a good heavy class to end on here, and I think a nice group of gilts we got out. I like the young lady in the black sweater here in front of me. Go ahead and start us off. And I think the gilt that's just the overwhelming one in terms of proportions, in terms of her rib shape and her spread. Very, very good there, and yet still fresh and good about their shape down her top line. Still got a good square loin edge there to her, and yet still square and good as we step in behind her. Big and bold about her chest. Looks like a awfully good show pig inbreeding gilt. Highly commendable job there on presentation there by that young lady. Now, I think there's probably some more questions you can ask yourself as we work our way down here, and maybe not just a clear-cut second place. We've got one on the far end that's maybe just gives up a bit more in terms of freshness and power and spread, but it's great in terms of her feet and legs. We got one that's maxed out in terms of her shape and in terms of her skin and hair, but maybe wants to taper in terms of her power when we study her through her front ankle and her forearm and wants to become just a little bit tighter there. And then we got one that maybe just wants to show her age just a little bit more. She wants to heave up just a bit more in her chine. She wants to straighten just a little bit more in terms of her shoulder, but yet still has some power, still has some shape working down her back line there. And I guess for me, ultimately, the one that I'm the most comfortable with in terms of combining power and yet still keeping them comfortable. I like the young man's kind of wild colored gilt here to go second in this particular class. And I'll be the first to admit, is that one's color my favorite? Is that one just the biggest, boldest, freshest, most Facebook worthy in terms of a big back contest or preparation? You'll probably not, but I think importantly enough, as we keep breeding at the forefront of these decisions, that's the comfortable gilt. That's the one you can take home and mate to a bunch of different things, and she's never going to get you in a ditch in terms of her angles, her comfort, and her go there. I guess for me, the one that follows next best is going to be our young lady here in the white shirt to be third in this class. And like we talked there in that initial conversation, if I can make that one's just front ankle and forearm match kind of the power and spread she's got up high, if I could give her just a little bit bigger motor, maybe let her hinge and flex just a little bit better, then I think we can make it even a bit more competitive at the top of this drive. But I got to see her do those things just a shot better there to move up. One here that I think from her shoulder blade on back, in terms of her loin, in terms of her hind leg and her hip comfort, I think we're good there. I need to make her just that much more comfortable in terms of her shoulder and her knee. I need to make her just link up a little bit better right there behind her chine and on into her spine there to move her up any higher. One that comes out next, it's another big and bold one. If you want to say she's a shot fresher than a couple of the ones above her in terms of her shape and her height and her presentation, then I won't argue with you there. For me, she wants to kind of hook off of that left hind leg and want to bring that up underneath her. Maybe doesn't want to plant just as squarely or as efficiently when we step in behind her. I also didn't rate her to probably be just in the same league in terms of chest width up front when we studied her driving right to us here. One that just gets a little bit too ouchy for me, a little bit more labored in terms of the front third of her body. She wants to kind of straighten in terms of the angle to her shoulder, kind of flatten in terms of her feet. Need to make her just a bit more comfortable and a little bit stouter right there through her forearm and into her foot here. Young lady here that comes out next brought her showmanship gilt back, and I think from the side does an awesome job on getting everything blend and balanced there. A gilt that's maybe just kind of starting to show her age a little bit. She wants to maybe get a little bit more dish shape to her nose. She wants to kind of curl up front and kind of lose some of her muscle shape and appeal here for this deal. But I think from her shoulder on back, I think her hip function's great. She leaves you with a good square view. Make her broader, make her fresher through her chest and into her head and neck, and I think we're good there. A tall-shouldered blue one here that maybe another one that just wants to start looking maybe just a bit more like a sow, a little too high in her chine for me. Wants to kind of bring that left hind leg up underneath herself and close up at her base as she leaves us. But I think there's some parts and pieces there to work with for sure. Blue one here that we round out with that just wants to become a nickel too frail, a nickel too straight there when we study her off either end of her skeleton. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Class 11, our class winner, Reagan Kilman. In second, Lane Megerly. Third, Claire Kelly. Fourth, Kyle Odell. And fifth, Grant Walder. We now have our final class, Class 12 of our Progress Breeding Gilts. Following this class, we will have our champion drive for our Progress Breeding Gilts, and we will need Quiana Kandal, Avery Layton, Kenzie Spencer Bratton, Lane Magerly, Reagan Kilman. We need you to the holding pens for your champion Progress breeding gilt class. Going into the pen now, into the show ring, is class 12. Also, just a reminder that we have a raffle and a silent auction to benefit Chris Knibe. If you haven't gone and looked at the items, I have. There's some pretty amazing items over there you can bid on, and a raffle that you can buy tickets for. This class is our last class for our breeding gilts. Thank you.
Maybe jumped the gun just a bit too early on that last class, but now we've arrived at our heaviest class here. And I think a really easy class winner for the young lady in the blue stripes here to figure out. Now, I think not only a gilt, it just still maintains her composition and freshness the best, but I think on an individual merit, I think is an exceptionally good hog there. Balanced and consistent, I guess, would be the term I'd use to describe that gilt. She opens up into a big upper hip and pin set, but she maintains that squareness perfectly all the way to the ground. She's got the same power from the top side of her skeleton to the bottom. Her shoulder lays in her good, her chine's still good, her shape and presentation's right. I like that gilt quite a bit here to start off this class. And I think maybe it took a little bit more time trying to decide what you want to do for second and third, because I think we've got one that presents a little more propped up, a little more fresh, just a little bit more, I guess, correct in terms of their balance from the side, but kind of wants to give up in terms of motor and in terms of feature. And we got one that's maybe pushing just a bit more of a mature set there to her shoulder and her spine and her muscle shape up high, but I think still maintains her comfort level. And ultimately, that's what I'm more into. I like our young man here to go ahead and be second. And I'd be the first to admit, you know, her condition's probably pushing past the point of fresh and more towards 1 o'clock, I guess, than 12. But I think if we can maybe even tighten that one spine up just a little bit, sharpen her shape up, then honestly the conversation for first becomes a little bit more interesting. But for me, for our second place battle, that added comfort, reach, and flex is what allows her to go ahead and land comfortably in that spot for me. I think on the standstill, the blue one's a pretty easy place to go ahead and fall in next. But for me, as we set her in motion, that becomes the most labored gilt in terms of her step from behind. She wants to fall off in terms of power on the back half of her hip and below her tail head. She's not the stoutest featured as we get into a mature class in terms of her lower foot and ankle there. I need to make her just a little bit beefier off of that rear third of her body there, allow her to move with just a little bit more comfort and ease, and I think we can maybe move that one up a place here in this class. And young man's black hog here is going to come in next, and I think one that maybe looks pretty similar to our second place hog in terms of spread up high and being right there on the verge of still being fresh and good. I think her spine set lays in her good for a heavy outlined hog. You know, I think her width going away still maintains some squareness and a genuine type of set there. Front 1/3 of her body is maybe where we sort her here. She becomes a bit more jammed up on how her neck wants to tie out of her shoulder. She becomes a little bit frailer at the ground when we study her forearm and just her width up front comparatively. Gilt here that's maybe just kind of past her prime in terms of her movement level here. She becomes a bit out. She just kind of wants to lurch around out here. Need to maybe just rejuvenate her a little bit more in terms of her comfort level out here and just in terms of some spread and body cavity, because I think her basics are good. I'm sure in her prime there's a good long neck on that gilt, a good sharp type of skull and jawline there, and a good really level top here. For me, just a bit too far gone in terms of her movement. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Class 12, our class winner, Waverly Millard. Second place, Waverly Millard. Third, Jacqueline Booth. Fourth, Carter DeBolt. And fifth, Colton Curry. And we are now going into our champion crossbred breeding gilt class, our champion progress class. Following that, we will have our supreme champion crossbred breeding gilt. We will need our champion Kootenai-born breeding gilt, Cade Knopp, and reserve champion Paisley Bardwell, and third place Emily Nicholson to join us at the holding pens, along with Dallas Headley with 2 hogs and Brody Casto, and our prospect Kyle Odell, Tucker Mockridge, and Kenley Tetrick, Easton Zerbach, and Jesslyn Magerly. Those are from our prospect AOB and Kootenai-bred. Right now we are having our champion progress crossbred breeding gilt drive. Thank you.
I think a fun crossbred gilt show we got into on the heavy end of these things. Be fun to run all our division winners back out here shortly and put them together. And I think gilts that maybe coming through every class, we don't always just find the same type and kind. But I think what we've got out here in terms of class winners, we can represent a lot of the same quality. We've got heavy structured gilts there that are good in their angles and good in their joint works and still maintain some comfort. Yet more importantly, are still fresh for the show ring and can still do things good. And it looks like a fun group. I'd love to load up any of them in my carry-on and take them home and see what we can do. Talk to Dad just a little bit, and we're on the same page here. One that hit me awfully hard that I think comes through with a memorable presence, incredible in terms of just combining some shape, some look, and that kind of extension and power and presence level. I like the young lady out of the first class here. She's got your champion. Drop a good second place gilt out there, and it certainly doesn't take anything away. I think another bigger outline gilt that's just real powerful and yet still real broody in terms of her look. But I think it comes down to maybe another. And like we talked, it came out of a very good class. And, comparatively, I guess, to our class winner, I don't read this one just quite as fresh right there through her mid-loin or up into her hem-loin hook up there. But I think just fundamentally, in terms of being a square, opened up, powerful, heavy skeleton type of gilt that still got some look, still has some shape to her and can pick them up and put them down. Young lady in the black shirt there is going to go ahead and be a reserve. I thought that class was good, and we drop a good second place gilt out there. And I think just in terms of feature and look, or excuse me, in terms of look and freshness and presence, and there's an awfully good one. And I think it comes down between her and maybe the gilt out of our last class. And I think maybe we could talk the same on both of those. I think for their preparation and spread up high and gilts that lead very big on the top side of their hip, maybe they're just not quite as consistent in the power they take to the rear bone column versus what we found in those champions. For me, the next most memorable one, I like the young man in the blue shirt to follow next. Congratulations. Our young lady here, like we just talked, is going to fall into line next. I think as a heavyweight gilt, still a very good, freshly presented one. Like we talked there, didn't maybe read that one's just rear joints and feature to match maybe what we got up high, but still from a look perspective and presentation and freshness, she's done a great job on an extended weight type of gilt. Congratulations. Drop our second out of that class. Like we talked, I think that one's probably on the borderline of maybe being just a bit more mature than what we're looking for, but I thought her basics in that class were good. She's still heavy featured, a big skeleton gilt that's comfortable in terms of her range of motion. I think my next favorite for one that kind of fits that mold, being an outlier in terms of mass, but yet still having some look to her, still having some power. Young lady here in the black sweater is going to go ahead and be our fifth out. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Champion Progress Crossbred Breeding Gilt, Quiana Kandal, and our Reserve Champion Progress Crossbred Breeding Gilt,
We just headed out of the ring.
Avery Layton. Third overall, Progress Breeding Gilt, Spencer Bratton. Fourth overall, Waverly Millard. And fifth overall, Reagan Kilman. Congratulations to our Progress Breeding Gilt champions. We are now going into our Supreme Champion Crossbred Breeding Gilt, Supreme Champion Drive, which includes our AOB, our Prospect, Progress, and Kootenai-bred. Following this Supreme Champion Gilt, we will have a 15-minute break before we start our Market Hog Show. Following this championship breeding gilt drive, we will have a 15-minute break before we start our Market Hog Show. Thank you.
Very fun gilt show. Looking forward to the barrow show here after a short break, but very, very impressed. And, it's a canned statement and very cliche of me to say, but like everybody says, you never quite know what you're getting into, whenever you go far away from the norm, I guess, in terms of pigs and in terms of the types of livestock you're used to. But in terms of its quality, it seems like you guys have got it figured out here. This has been as good and deep of a show from showmanship all the way through these first couple divisions of gilts in terms of finding quality on the top end that we can latch onto. I think a highly commendable job up here in the Pacific Northwest. But we get all these out here, and I think for me there's one that needs to win and win rather handedly, just from a presence, a power, a presentation perspective, a gilt that's so fresh and so good about her skull shape, and it opens up into just a big rib and a big hind leg, and it's so good in terms of her feet and legs. Help me congratulate that young lady out of your heavy cross. She'll be your champion. We drop our reserve out of that heavy division. I know that gilt came out of a hornet's nest of a class and runs into a good one up there. And I still think, in terms of what we're after, heavy skeleton gilts that are just so good in terms of their comfort level, the range of motion and feature. Like we've talked, is this one just the show winner in terms of back shape or just freshness right there above her loin? Probably not today. But I know as a bigger gilt there, she's still got enough for me, and she's plenty good everywhere else. I like that one to be our second best. Congratulations. We drop our third out of that division. I think it comes down between her and another, and I think when we begin to compare them, I think there's one that has an advantage just in terms of reach up front, in terms of width and consistency of power when we study them in terms of their chest and where they leave you at the ground with their feet. Another one that's memorable in terms of her look. I like our heavyweight out of that division to be your third. Congratulations. We drop our fourth out of that division. Like we talked, I think as a heavyweight gilt that comes through the last class, I think our composition stayed correct. We maybe had a few more questions on just where that one's mass is and if we could distribute it just a little bit differently. I think another one that hits me awfully good there from that first division. I like our young man here to come next. Congratulations. We dropped that reserve lightweight out, and I know Dad's back there kind of just saying out loud what I'm thinking. Man, if we can make that blue one's chest just that much bigger, then I think this decision becomes pretty easy, and we move her up the line pretty fast. And I think that's maybe where you ask yourself, we got a gilt here out of those heavy darks and taking nothing away from our other two division winners that I thought are nice, but our heavy dark cross gilt that is that good and that consistent in terms of her power from the top of her sternum on down, and yet still fresh and good for me. The one that fits me next best. I like our heavy dark here to be your fifth. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Supreme Champion Breeding Gilt at the Kootenai Classic, Quiana Kundal. Supreme Reserve Champion Breeding Gilt, Avery Layton. Third overall breeding gilt, Spencer Bratton. Fourth overall breeding gilt, Kyle Odell. And fifth overall breeding gilt, Waverly Millard. Congratulations to our breeding gilts. We are now taking a 15-minute break before we head into our market hog. During this break, go over and look at our silent auction. And I'd like to thank our sponsor, our title sponsor, Interstate Concrete and Asphalt, our buckle sponsor, North Idaho Propane. Our photo sponsorship, all photos are sponsored by Taylor Cattle. All photos in the ring and at the backdrop are free for you. Thank you to Tailored Cattle. And thank you for Idaho Forest Group and Cannon Hill for providing our shavings and the removal of all our shavings. We will see you back here in 15 minutes. Hello. Just a reminder that our silent auction items will close at the end of the show today. All proceeds go to the Neeb family. New items were added today, so please go check that out. And the 208 qualifier show donated a custom smudge pot to raffle off to raise funds for Chris Nybe. Tickets are available for purchase at the check-in table for $10, cash, check, or Venmo. In about 5 minutes, we will continue our hog show with our Kootenai County-born market hogs. That will be our first class, and that'll be beginning in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back to our Market Hog Show today at the Kootenai Classic. Our first class is our Kootenai County-born Market Hogs. We will pick our champion and reserve champion and third place overall in this class. We have one AOB class. So if you are in AOB, this is your first call to come to the holding pen. We will have one AOB class and pick the champion out of that class. So entering the ring now is our Kootenai County Board Market Hogs. AOB, please head to the holding pen. Thank you.
good way to hop back into our barrel show here after lunch, and another fun deal like we talked the first time we went through the Kootenai-bred division. I think this is an awesome opportunity for not only your youth but your breeders here to get hogs here, locally raised, that get to come back and be competitive. And I'd say we got a couple of gilts that we've seen already, but the quality only continued to go up once we got to the market side. And I promise that's not always the case over here, and it made it pretty difficult here on the top end of this particular class. And I guess for me, now that we're on the market show, I guess our priorities can kind of switch and trend towards more of a product-oriented type of direction. And for me, the one that can combine some show ring presence and do it with some unique proportions, I like that solid black bear to go ahead and start this one off. I think for how moderate that one is, how rolled up he is in terms of his back and bold he is in terms of his rib cage, he still reads appropriate for me in terms of his height. When we study him through his cannon bone, he's very, very competitive. Got a very modern type of look about his skull shape. He's tight about his jaw, opens up into as round of a rib and body as what you'd need to find there, and leaves you just as square and true as what we can find. If you're a detractor of that bear, you're going to say, hey, he's going to make it about 15 more pounds down the road and probably not get a whole lot bigger. And if he does it, I could see him being on the smaller statured end of things. But I just think for that one's proportions, being how unique built that one is, and certainly not doing anything wrong from an angularity perspective, that's a good one here to start us off. Now, I think the conversation here can come between second and third. And for me, I still like the young man's calico gilt to fall in line next. And kind of echo the same sentiments as what we did the first time around. I wish this gilt was just a little bit more motivated off of her rear step there. She kind of wants to just kind of drag a hind leg every now and then. Maybe just not kind of plant with the kind of authority we were hoping to find there. But another one that proportions-wise is so fresh and so good about the groove and shape down her top line. She's probably even got an advantage in terms of height of shoulder and just length of front end on that one. Didn't read her to be just as good in terms of her step or just quite as free there, but that's still a very good type of gilt here. I like the young lady here in the black to go ahead and be third in this class. And a gilt here that's maybe just not quite as trim or not quite as crisp, and we set her through her throat latch and on back into her head and her skull shape there. But I think from her blade on back, a good universal type of gilt there that obviously we saw her on the breeding show, but still translates rather well to the market setting for being one that's big and bold and broad about her mid body. Still leaves you with a good hip and set to her good hip and set to her hock there. A good type of pig. Just need to maybe tighten some things up front in terms of her look. A barrel here that I think is good in terms of feet and legs and range of motion there. I'd like to maybe give him just a shot more power right in his twist and right in his crotch. I'd like to open him up as he drives to me. Maybe make him just a shot taller. But, another one that fundamentally it doesn't offer you just a whole lot of things to pick on there. Maybe just some differences, I guess, in terms of power and where we find it at here. A good pattern bearer, I think, more practical in terms of his build. He gets a little bit soft-centered, maybe just a little bit pudgier made in terms of his belly for me there, and it kind of wants to detract away from the power on the top side of his skeleton. But another one that just in terms of the angle to his shoulder, his comfort level, and his ability to flex and bend and move like he needs to, can do a lot of good things there. Young man does an awesome job driving that one there as well. A good pig there to land in that spot. Young man that comes out next has got a gilt here that maybe just gets a little bit too low set up front for me in terms of her height, the shoulder, in terms of the way her neck ties out of the front third of her body there. I think we can elevate that gilt, pick her up, and make her just a bit more competitive there from that regard. Great skin and hair on the one here that comes out next, and one that just gets a little bit indifferent, I guess, for me on how his hip wants to blend into his loin, wants to move just a shot more uncoordinated from behind, wants to kind of hitch and gather up on his hind leg, and maybe just doesn't plant with the kind of efficiency or athleticism as what we found there, but I still think highly presented. Still got some market hog characteristics in terms of power. One that just gets a bit too plain for me about his head and his neck and his throat. We like to sharpen him up and accentuate him a bit more in terms of his jawline, but from his blade on back, still I think plenty good for a lot of different reasons there. The one here that just gets a little bit staler in terms of his muscle and his head shape, a little bit too soft for me in terms of his front feet. Need to square him up a bit from behind. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion Kootenai County born market hog, Jaron Knopp. Our reserve champion Kootenai County born market hog, Cade Knopp. Our third place champion Kootenai County born market hog goes to Emmy Nicholson. Entering the ring now is our AOB class. This is our only class of AOB market hogs. We will pick the champion through third place in this class. Prospect market hogs, please come to the holding ring. Class 3, Prospect market hogs, please come to the holding pens. Thank you.
Only one class here in our AOB division. I think it's pretty tough to piece together just in terms of having some quality hogs out here that, offer some differences and just trying to figure out if we can correlate everything in the way we need to into the market show here. And, I think it comes down between a pair, and I guess in no particular order, I'll kind of walk you through my thought process since we're moving pretty good on today's rate of speed. And a young lady in the Berkshire deal with the Berkshire Barrows got one that's it's so incredibly heavy in terms of his rear feature, in terms of his rear foot, and his upper hip is very good, I think, relative to the breed. It's almost like this hog wants to become assembled a bit more by committee because for a hog that opens up into a big upper hip and pin shape, he wants to become maybe just a little bit longer and a little bit drier there when we study him into his midrib, but then kind of wants to open back up into a more powerful set to his shoulder and up into his head. Is he just the tallest fronted? Is he the most elevated? Does everything blend together as well as maybe my questions there? Our young man there with the Duroc gilt that comes back in, like we talked in her initial breeding gilt side of things, one that just proportions out so well and, maybe just isn't so extreme in terms of her bone comb or just in terms of her body wall, her power, her shape. But I think everything fits and blends in terms of preparation. She's still plenty good for me in terms of shape and power and body. I like her to go ahead and start us off. Young man with the Duroc's going to be your champion AOB here. Young lady with the Burke's going to go ahead and be your second. And I think there's some more give and take even yet here between our third and our fourth in this class. And we got one that pattern's so good and props up with some market hog shape there to her, but isn't just quite as bold in terms of her chest. So we got one that albeit is a little bit better in terms of its width, but maybe just a bit more extreme when we step in behind it, and one that maybe just wants to kind of swivel and hitch up just a little bit more in terms of his pattern of movement there from behind. And I guess for me, the one I'm more comfortable with in a market hog setting, I like the young man's Bircher here to go third with the added width and power that one has to offer. Great silhouette, great look is what the young man's got with his Yorkshire. Good shape right in there behind her shoulder. For me, just too narrow gauged in terms of her chest to move her up higher in a market hog scenario there, but I still think a nice hog there. Young lady brings out a Duroc Barra here that comes next. Is maybe just a little bit rounder off of both ends of his skeleton. He's packing just a bit more heat on the top of his crest. He kind of wants to kind of tuck and duck up underneath himself when you study him off of his rear skeleton there. Kind of wants to camp that hind leg up and never really extend it past his tail head there. Gets a little bit rounder off the back of his rump. I need to fix him in those regards, and if I can, I think there's some elevation, some power, and some spread there to work with. Just need to make him line out just a little bit better here. Another nice Duroc that comes out probably has an advantage over the one above her just in terms of raw shape when we study it, of what he's got working down his loin edge. I didn't read that one to be as good out of his shoulder. He kind of wants to hesitate a bit more on each step. He wants to close up just a shot more through his heart and into his chest. Need to make him a little bit better there. One here that just kind of wants to tie up and hitch up just a little bit differently there. Kind of wants to get a bit too stiff for me on the heel of his loin and on into how he wants to handle his hip. Wants to kind of swing and throw those legs, but if we can get that heel of his loin there to relax and things to loosen up, he's a youthful looking one in terms of his head. He's got him good in terms of his muscle shape down his top line there. I just need to see him move that hip and rear skeleton a little bit better here. One that just gives up a bit too much for me in terms of dimension of power when we study her off either end in terms of her width there. I still think she balances up nice. Still think she's rather good in terms of her movement pattern there. I got to make her bolder. I need to make her wider to make her more competitive in a market hog show. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion AOB Market Hog, Dallas Headley. Our reserve champion AOB Market Hog, Waverly Millard. And our third overall champion OAB Market Hog, Spencer Bratton. Congratulations to our champion AOB Market Hogs. We are now moving into Class 3, our prospect division of our Market Hogs. Class 4, this is your first call to come to the holding pens. Thank you.
Well, I think an awesome way to start off our crossbred show, and I promise I didn't think we'd be this deep and this good as early as we are into these. And we got a show pony on the end of the stick here of the young man that's going to go ahead and start us off, and one that's just overwhelming for this size, and yet still appropriate, I believe, in terms of his maturity and how he wants to read. His length of canting looks good. Just the power that one's got packed in, and yet still just the range of motion and comfort he's got to offer. Hey, I think that's a pretty special pig he's got there. Go ahead and start this class off with. A young lady here in the blue stripes that came in the class relatively early. I thought, man, it's going to take something pretty good to get around that one, and unfortunately for her, she runs into one like that. But I think, long-term wise, that looks like an awfully fun show bearer to carry into the fall. I thought his shape, his skull, I thought his jawline, and just the added power and feature he's got through his forearm and down into his front ankle are exceptionally good there. Is he just quite as ready and ripe and out there as what our class winner is? Probably not, but I think on the same trajectory to be a very good hog there as that one continues on the feeding window there. A very good second place individual. Young man here in front of me is going to go ahead and be third in this class, and a gilt that we got to see earlier that Dad and I were talking at the backdrop looks like one that would be really fun to have on feed there. I guess comparatively versus the two incredibly tough ones in front of her, this gilt's maybe just a bit more immature yet in terms of her cheek fat and on into her head and her neck versus the two above her. But I think in terms of feature and power, foot size, and that one just long term should be an awfully good one, and I think a very good one there that unfortunately has to go third in this particular class. Young man in the purple is going to fall next. I think a bigger outline one that's maybe packing just a little bit more heat and fill down into the lower portion of his body. For me, for as big and bold and expansive as his upper rib and his lower body is, and did make him a little bit stouter in terms of his front foot and his forearm there, get him to blend and match that lower feature there with what we got working in the center portion of his body. I think he's got a good look to him. I think he's got a very good presence about him. Need to see some things just lining up a little bit better to move him up higher. Hog here that comes to us just a little bit immature and green yet about his body. I think one that looks like he'll certainly feed into some rib shape and do the right things as he continues to go. Got a good set there to his hind leg. I guess for me, becomes just a bit too pointing about the shape to his face. He becomes a little bit longer nosed, a little bit pointier about the base of his throat there. Need to maybe just accentuate him in that regard, open him up in terms of his lower rib shape and center body. Just give him a shot more flesh. One here maybe on the opposite end of the spectrum, pushing just a bit more muscle shape than what I would term to be ideal at this stage. He wants to make me just a bit more intimidated, I guess, in terms of the set to his joints there from behind. Reads to me to be just a little bit quick and a little bit coarse. I'd like to maybe just slow him down, give him a shot more practicality for this stage of the game. Hog here that comes out next, and pattern's good from the side. I think a tall-shouldered one that's got an awesome hip and hind leg to her. If I can open that right knee up just a little bit, I think that one can work its way up. Wants to close up just a bit too much for me as it drives directly to us. One here that wants to get just a little bit too soft, a little bit too early for me in terms of his pastern set up front. Wants to paddle and move just a little bit more uncoordinated. Need to elevate it there and make it a little bit better to move up any higher. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our class winner in Class 3, Kyle Odell. Second, Waverly Millard. Third, Easton Zerbach. Fourth, Hagen Tippett. And fifth, Tyler Hinkerkamp. Heading into the ring now, we have Class 4, our prospect market hogs. Class 5, this is your first call to be headed to the holding pens. Class 5, this is your first call to be headed to the holding pens. Thank you.
I think another really fun pair we find on the top end here, and I think for me the one that needs to go ahead and start is our young man there in the green, driving away from me. I think that's the hog that's more correct for me, more flexible in terms of his rear pasturing. He's able to provide just a little more cushion to his step. He can bend and flex out of his rear skeleton just a shot better, and he comes at us just a bit broader, a bit more opened up and consistent, I guess, from the top of his chest to the ground. I think an absolute zoo creature from the side in terms of his elevation and skull shape, boxy, moderate type of barrow. I think a whole lot of fun type of hog packed into that one that would be a blast to have on feed there. Pretty neat one there. No slouch at all with the young man in the red stripes we got here coming in second. I think one that looks like an excellent heavyweight type of barrow if he can continue to do the right things off of that rear step. He wants to become stiffer in terms of his rear passer, and he wants to push and swing just a little bit harsher and a little bit wider than what we found that class winner. I like that skull shape he's got. I like the set there to his shoulder and just the power he's got working through the center portion of his body and from his loin edge. I think trim, ready to roll, great presence there. Like we talked, make him looser in his rear step, make him a bit broader in terms of his chest. I think a very good one there. I like the young lady's blue barrow here to go ahead and be third in this class, and I'll be the first to admit, I don't think that's just the biggest statured hog. He's ever just going to be the tallest framed or biggest outlined one, but I think for one that, is still appropriate at this stage of the game, that's a heavy featured type of one that's still got a good stout skull on him for a blue barrow that's kept his cheek in check and kept his skull in good shape there. His top line fits into him nice there, and he's able to just kind of flex and bend like he needs to there through his shoulder and out of his hip. Time will tell, I guess, if he's going to be big enough, vertically, but I still think a very nice third place blue hog there. I'd like to give just a shot more raw shape to this barrow here that comes next. He wants it kind of playing out in terms of the muscle he's got working behind his shoulder. I'd like to maybe just give him a shot more punch right there in the seat of his pants, because I think when that one comes with it, and maybe it's by design, we're going to have a whole lot of fun there, because he's got another one that's just got a presence to him and is able to kind of flex and bend and go, and looks like his skeleton is going to allow him to handle the push whenever we need to get just a little more power there. For me today, just not quite enough as we study him on the top side of his skeleton. Hog that maybe just kind of falls out of balance here for me, wants to get just a little bit lazier in terms of the center of his spine there. Still, I think a heavy featured, big ended type of hog there. Need to see him balance a little bit better there from the profile. A young lady that comes out next has got one that's got a high running gear, and I remember this hog from Showmanship, one that looks like he could run back to Iowa and probably beat me there and not get tired at all. He just comes a bit too raw for me in terms of his flesh. He's a little bit too harsh in terms of the turn of his rib up high. I need to soften him up, make him just a little bit more practical in terms of his body condition. Blue hog here that maybe just gets a little bit longer and a little bit plainer about his face, a little bit more generic in terms of his neck set. Another one there that I wish I could maybe just shorten up a nickel in terms of his spine length and give him just a shot more raw power right there behind his shoulder and on down the top of his body. I thought he was still better in terms of his feet and legs and comfort level than maybe a few down the road. One that patterned similar and looks similar in terms of his skull shape and look here. Does come in maybe just a bit more moderate package or where we like to see the one above it. I read this bear to tie up a bit too much in terms of his hip. It becomes a bit too restricted for me in terms of his mobility there from behind. One that just kind of runs out of steam here. I need to open this one up in terms of his shoulder. Need to give him just a shot more flesh. I think there's a good taller shoulder, a good outlined hog there that's got some shape to him. I just need to see him be just a little bit wider, a little bit softer made in terms of what he's got through the center portion of his body. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our class winner in Class 4, Dallas Headley. Second, Kyle Odell. Third, Palin Miller. Fourth, Jaden Staniford. And fifth, Cruz Kohler. Heading into the ring now is our Class 5, Prospect Crossbred Market Hog. Class 6, please come to the holding pen. Class 5 is entering the ring. Class 6, please head to the holding pens.
good class here, and I think a good pair on the top end. I like the young man in the blue to go ahead and lead us off there, and I think the barrow that's just better for me in terms of his comfort level up front, in terms of his pastern set, and still being a barrow that's got some uphill trajectory there to his elevation. He's good and he's youthful about his head, and it still opens up into the right kind of rib cage. He's got an awesome hip. He's able to hinge and go like we need to see. That's a good type of barrow there to lead us off. If I can fix the front feet on this gilt and then saddle up, because I think we got something pretty good there in terms of just the skeletal density and power from her shoulder on back. I think a big, broad type of gilt that's got an enormous hip and enormous rear leg and rear foot laid there within her. I read her to be just a bit too uncomfortable in terms of her front feet. I need to fix her in terms of her pastern set, and I think if we do that, it allows her to labor just a little bit less in terms of how she wants to reach and stride off of that front third of her body. Some awesome pieces there within that gilt. I need to just air her up a little bit in terms of those feet. Young man in the green here is going to come next, and I think one that's got some pieces there as well that can kind of mimic what our class winner has in terms of just being a moderate type of barrow that's got good shape working down him. He opens up into another big hip. I read him to be the most restricted there of our top three, just in terms of his comfort level there. He kind of wants to tie up, and in terms of his stifle and his hip there, he wants to kind of straighten up a bit more in terms of his knee and his shoulder set. Need to just relax him from those angles off the either end of his skeleton to let him kind of flex and go with a little bit more ease here. Stout gilt here, I remember there from the breeding gilt show, and one that, like we talked then and there, if you're a fan of bone and feature and foot size, and this is one that's going to stick out to you pretty quick because she has a ginormous hind leg, a big forearm, a big toe spread off either end of her skeleton. I still read her just to be a bit too small statured for me. I need to see her have a little bit more elevation and grow to her. I need to see that cannon bone lengthen out, and I need to clean her up just a shot more at the base of her neck and on into her head there to move her higher. But that's certainly a power hog there that's got some kind of fun parts and pieces to study there. One that just kind of runs out of fuel for me in terms of flesh. I need to soften her up. I need to allow that knee and ankle to have a bit more cushion and flex there. She gets a bit too upright on her toes up front. Allow that to relax and let her soften up. And I think the rear third of her body is about as good as we could ask her to be there. One that's got a good memorable look there from the side. I just need to make her a bit more practical, I guess, in this setting here. One that will catch your attention, I guess, just in terms of height, the shoulder, and look he's got to offer through his head and on into his neck there. He kind of falls out of balance for me when we study his hip. He wants to become just a bit too loose in his spine. He wants to kind of hitch up and move just a bit too awkwardly off of those rear two. I need to soften him in his body. I need to allow that issue to kind of work its way out, allow him to take just a bit more confident and consistent type of step here. A good hog, the young man in the orange has got, I believe, his showmanship barrow. Great in terms of feet and legs, and if you want to start him over the one in front of him, I won't argue with you off of that merit, because I do think that's a more comfortable hog in terms of his flesh. I read him to be just a shot more restricted out of his stifle. Wants to tighten up there, take a little bit of a harsher step, doesn't want to flex his rear pasterns as good. Ultimately, as he drives to me, I got to make him bigger and more manly, I guess, in terms of his chest here for a market hog show. One that just gets a little bit too low set up front for me. Just need to pick him up, and his pasterns need to fix him, and his height of shoulder there to move up. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our class winner, Spencer Bratton.
My apologies there. I forgot we had one in the holding pen. A young lady's got a barrow here that we round out with. I just need to lengthen him in terms of his face. He gets just a bit too jammed up for me there. I think she's done a good job of feeding some body and some rib shape into that one. I think his hind leg looks like he's built for the long haul. Just need to see his face come just a little bit more fresher, a little bit more competitive in his skull shape.
Entering the ring now, we have class 6 of our prospect market hogs. This is our final class for our prospects. Following this class, we will have our champion drive for our prospects. We will need back Spencer Bratton, Tucker Mockridge, Kyle Odell, Waverly Millard, Dallas Headley, and Kyle Odell. for our final. This is our last class, class 6 of our prospect market hogs. Following this class, we will have our champion drive. Thank you.
I think a good class to end our prospects on. Another awesome pair here on the top end of this class. I like that young lady in the pink here to go ahead and lead us off with. That's the ripe and opened up and ready type of barrow that's just more consistent, I guess, in his power from his heart shape back into his flank. Leaves us with just a great set there to his hind leg. His comfort level's good there. I think he's more consistent, I guess, in terms of his bone column. Opens up into a big upper stifle and ties down into a big sound and secure foot there. Looks like a good competitive show bear. I like that one quite a bit. Young man's got a gilt I remember well there from the gilt show, and one that just presence-wise and top line and back shape are just outliers, I guess. In a market hog show, I don't read that one to be just as opened up or beefy right there through her heart or back into her forerib. I don't read her rear bone column to be just quite as stout as what that class winner was, but in terms of presence, in terms of look, in terms of just sheer amount of top back shape laid into that one, there's some impressive parts and pieces we got working there. I like the young man over here in the orange stripe to go ahead and be third in this class, and a barrow that's maybe just a bit more generic in terms of his skull shape and how his neck ties into his shoulder, but I think from his blade on back, a powerful type of hog there. Heavy skeleton, big rib, big air outline type of hog that really fills in well when we study him down through his flank. He's got a big hip, a big hind leg. At times maybe he wants to get just a little bit more east and west and how he wants to swing his hip and his hock when we step in behind him, but I still think the added power and comfort there is good enough for him to go ahead and be third in this class. Black hog here that's very vocal, and I'm sure the young lady could agree with me on that one. He's stated his opinion loud and clear here for the last couple minutes, but I think a good hog in terms of just sheer volume of muscle, working down his top line. He's shapely, he's ditched out, he's all good there. Good about his skull shape. He's sleek and modern there. I got to pick him up in his front feet. I got to allow that front arm to reach and grab some more real estate and turn just a little bit quicker. He gets it maybe just wants to fall off just a bit more off the back of his hip. He wants to swing just just a bit wide in terms of how he wants to plant those rear toes there. I need to allow him to just kind of bring things back in there and pick him up on his feet to move him up. Young lady brings out another one here that's good in terms of his skin and hair, and right for me in terms of from his shoulder back there. Is he just as shapely as maybe a couple of the hogs that work their way up in this class? Probably not, but I think hip and hind leg are on point. For me, I need to change him right there ahead of his shoulder, a bit too plain about the base of his neck. He starts to lose just a shot more market hog potential and shape when we study the muscle he's got working right in his blade and up forward. Need to fix him there. Young lady that comes out next has got one that's got a high gear there late in him. She's done a good job of getting that one drove. Gets a bit too round for me off the back of his hip, a little bit too plain and sappy for me in terms of his body. We let one out that had a bad attitude earlier that maybe just gets a little bit plainer about his neck. He'd have fallen somewhere there in that line of the mix. The young man brings us out a blue one here. Just gets out horsed in terms of feature and foot size down low. Got to make him a little bit bigger in his chest. Young lady here rounds us out. Young lady here rounds us out with one that's still attractive, I guess, in terms of his cheek and in terms of his elevation up front there. Kind of wants to get a bit too lazy for me in his top. Wants to kind of get a bit too harsh for me in terms of his feel and his body condition down low. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Class 6 winner, Palin Miller. Second place, Kyle Odell. Third, Grant Walder. Fourth, Jenna Meisnes. And fifth, Avery Layton. We will now go into our champion prospect crossbred market hog. We need first and second place from classes 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the holding pen. Following this champion drive, we will begin our progress market hog show. Class 7, this is your first call. Thank you.
Probably as good of a division, or as fun, at least on my end, of sword as what we've ran into today. And I think some really good stuff on the on top end of each of these classes. Some very good hogs that we've got out here to represent their individual drives there. And I still think even amongst a stacked group of hogs, there's one that needs to win and win for fun. I like that one of the young man here in front of me. Go ahead and win. We dropped that second place out of that lightweight class. Like we talked, when that young lady came in, I thought, hey, it'd take a pretty good one to get around that one, because his future reads to be extremely bright in terms of being a moderate, attractive show bearer there that looks like he's going to have a fun fall ahead of him. There's another one out here that I thought came in. He looked highly presented in terms of just skin and hair, in terms of hydration and feel. I think he's spot on. I think a very good type of barrow here. The young lady in the pink's got to go ahead and be your reserve. Come to third in this class, and I think room for an outlier to fit into the mix. I think one that's just absolutely wild in terms of his proportions and extension, and to be a little bit longer face but still be good and stout about their jaw, to have that kind of lower feature and just mass distributed throughout, and be that tall fronted but still have your chest good. I didn't read him maybe just to be as quite blown apart in terms of his feet. I didn't read him to be just as comfortable through his shoulders, maybe the two above him. I still think he's a unique one. Young man in the green there's got your third overall. dropped that second out of that class. I took a bit of time on that pair in their individual drive there, and I thought they were both good. I thought maybe that hog even had some advantages just in terms of heaviness of skeleton there. I guess the questions we have on that one, we still have when he comes out, is he just maybe wanting to push just a little bit too harsh from behind? Is everything going to be kosher up front when we study his feet set there? I think certainly not one that's out of contention, but one that fits into the mix here and makes you ask some questions. I think another one that fits in well just in terms of presence, in terms of skull shape, and like we've talked a few times, just the sheer quantity of muscle and how it blends into the top line there. Young lady here with the gilt is going to go ahead and be your fourth out. Come out for fifth out, and I think it's anybody's game, and I don't think there's a wrong or right way to do it. Like we talked, we got a lightweight there that's got a lot of future there to him, and certainly fits the mix. We got a young man in the blue here that's got a boxy moderate type of show bear there that's got a good look to him. We got one out there that's so heavy skeleton, his presence is good. I guess for me, reverting back, the one I'd want to have on feet there going forward, I like our lightweight there to go be ahead and be your fifth overall. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion prospect market hog, Kyle Odell. Our reserve champion, Palin Miller. Third overall, Dallas Headley. Fourth overall, Kyle Odell. And fifth overall, Waverly Millard. Congratulations to our exhibitors showing prospect champion market hogs. We are now moving into our progress division. This is our final division of the market hogs. Class 7 should be in the holding pens, ready to enter the ring. Class 8, this is your first call. Class 8, this is your first call.
Good class here on the top end of things. I think a good pair of barrows here. The one that needs to win is the young man there off to my left to go ahead and start us off with. And I think front 2/3 of that one are about as good as we could ask in 2024 in terms of his skull shape, in terms of the set to his shoulder, comfort level, and the deviation and cushion he's got from the base of his cannon on into his ankle allows him to just get out, run uphill, and yet flex like he needs to. Opens up into a big right center cage there. You know, that thing is just super powerful out of the back of his hip. Could I give him just a shot more in the seat of his pants? I'd like to there, but I think that's critical. I think we'd be missing the forest for the trees if we want to single trade him like that. Young lady here in the leopard print's got a good shapely barrel here to go ahead and be second. And I think, you know, one that does roll up with just a little bit more power, probably has a greater turn to his loin edge, definitely has a shot more just get up and go right there from behind his tail head on down through the back portion of his hip there. I didn't read that barrel to blend just as good right there behind his shoulder. I reckon it would be just a shot coarser in his makeup there. He's a bit more rigid in terms of his spine than what we found in that class winner, but I think he's alert, he's propped up, he's a sharp-looking type of show bearer there that's got all the power you can want there. Nice place here. Young lady here right next to me is going to be your third in this class, and a hog that just gives up some chest and just gives up some wow factor in terms of his head and neck versus the ones there that placed above him, but I think he's a good practical type of hog. He's got a good loose hip and hind leg. He's got great running gear. Looks like he's got good stamina to him, and he's still a heavy structured individual. I just didn't rate him to have just the kind of horsepower and bells and whistles, I guess, to run with a very good pair of barrows there that placed above him. A hog here that maybe is a little bit sharper even yet in terms of his jaw than the one that placed above it. Great in terms of his chest and his knee. Another one that reads fresh and ripe and spot on for me, I guess, in terms of his shape up high. I didn't read that hog to be as good at the ground. I didn't read him to be just as stout or heavy featured there. He gets maybe just a shot rounder off the back of his hip through his tail head, a little bit plainer and coarser in terms of his hair coat and presence there from that respect. But I think a good hog in his own right to go fourth. And I think I probably asked more questions between that pair than I did anything else in the class. The one that comes out next and the one that placed above it. You know, ultimately, I decided I'd like to freshen this barrel up just in terms of his cheek and back into his throat a bit more versus the one there that places right above him. But I think two barrels that pattern up pretty similar in terms of their makeup, their frame size and length, and how they want to handle their hip and hind leg. All those things are very good. He just led with a little bit more cheek, a little bit more there at the base of his throat than the one that placed there right above him. Hog out here that's maybe just never quite settled in or got quite as comfortable as we'd like to find him. He kind of wants to search and kind of overexert through his front end whenever he's stepping out there. Kind of wants to slink around and hunker down just a little bit on how he handles his shoulder there. I need to make him a bit taller fronted. I need to make him a bit more confident in terms of that step and his front foot placement up front. A young man here that comes out next got another shapely gilt here. Got a lot of power off the back of her hip that we like. Kind of a unique set there to her throat and her hip. Just a bit too dry for me in terms of her rib. A little bit flatter in terms of her shoulder and into her forearm. I'd like to beef her up just a little bit there to move her up. Young man's got one here that's just a bit too plain-headed for me in terms of his look, a little bit longer bodied and maybe not able to fill out that added frame with just quite enough flesh to get things to balance together well. Skin and hair is great. Showmanship is good. Young man does a very good job getting that one drove. I just need to see that one fill out just a little bit more. Kind of the same story here as the one we got here rounding out the class. Just wants to get maybe just a little bit dopier about his head and his ear set, a little bit flatter in terms of his front foot, kind of prop him up just a little bit there, make him a shot better there through his neck, and I think from his hip on, or from his shoulder on back, I think we've got some stuff we can work with there. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our class winner, Tucker Mockridge. Second, Kaylee Eider. Third, Jenna Melsness. Fourth, Sam Spraker. Fifth, Lane Maggerly. We now have Class 8 entering the ring. Class 9, please head to the holding pens. Class 9, please make your way to the holding pens. Thank you.
We got a hornet's nest here on the top end of this class. I think 3 very, very good barrows there in their own right. Now, I'm sure, every weekend out, if you're not any of these 3, you're really hoping that you don't land in this class, or at least I would be if we had some barrows out here. And I think very good. And I think even yet, the longer we study them, the one that becomes more clear to me that needs to win, I like the young lady in the stripes there to go ahead and start us off in this class. And I think that one's just a bit more comfortable, a bit more secure in terms of his joint work and his hind leg width from behind there. I think a powerful type of barrow there that's got a massive pin set, a ginormous upper hip, leads into a great set of leads into a great upper rib cage and a very fresh and trim sort of look through his head and his neck. Is that hog just the tallest statured? Is he just the most vertical off of the ground? Probably not, but I think that's critical on one that's really, really good. Young lady in the black shirt's going to go ahead and be second here, and if you call this one safe enough behind, throw a saddle on him and ride him all the way to the top, because I think from his hip on forward, that one's incredibly good. He packs maybe just a bit more punch there at the base of his neck than that class winner, and I think that's okay because he's still kept it maintained and trim right now. For me, what sorts him into second, we step in behind him. He lives life on the edge on how he wants to distribute that weight off of either side of his hoof wall there. He can kind of give you maybe just a bit wider look in terms of his hock set at times. I think reining him in there, I think we can make it work, but that's an incredible pair of barrows there on the top end of that class. My compliments there to those exhibitors. Hey, this third place hog, he could win a lot of shows if he didn't run into the 2 above him here today. I think one that's probably even better than our second place in terms of just squareness and comfort from behind. A good shapely presented type of hog. I have a hard time getting that one to blend right there in front of his ham loin junction. He ties just a little bit flatter, a little bit harsher right there into the heel of his loin. I need to fill him in just a little bit there, allow that center of his loin and spine to just relax ever so slightly there. But I think when we got to put him under a microscope that much to find one that good in third, you got a very good class there. That's an awesome show barrow, young man. I'm sure if you haven't already, you'll win something on down the way there. I think that's a good one. One here in front of us there that just runs into a buzzsaw, obviously, there in front of him. Not quite a stout. He gets maybe just a bit more uncomfortable out of his hip. Wants to swing just a bit too wide for me. Wants to frail up just a little bit in terms of his forearm there. Still offers us some height of shoulder. Solid look there ahead of his blade. One that brings out next that I need to just open up in terms of his knee set. Need to make him just a little bit more comfortable when we set him in motion on the go. He kind of wants to tippy toe off of those rear pasterns and get just a little bit more peaked back there. I need to see him relax. Allow that flank to drop into him in his rear step and heel to just kind of become more at ease, I guess, with the surface we got out here. One that just gets a bit too generic for me in terms of his skull shape and his cheek and his jawline there. Maybe not quite as big and broad about the top side of his skeleton as what he would imply if you're just able to study his feature off to the side. I need to open him up right there behind his shoulder. I need to carve him out just a little bit more in terms of his neck, but I still think a lot of good there for that barrel. A lot of time to make the necessary changes there to go forward. Young man's got one here that maybe just wants to pitch just a little bit lower in terms of her shoulder set and how that neck wants to tie and blend up front. Wants to become just a little bit plainer for me, a little bit more vanilla, I guess, if you will, in terms of her muscle up high. I need to fix him there, make him just a bit more elevated through that front third of his body and his shoulder. But I still think in terms of skin and hair and still having some power off of his rear skeleton, we're good there. Hog here that's just too uncomfortable on the surface. He just kind of wants to kind of lumber around out here. Need to fix him in his spine. Need to make him go with just a shot more authority there. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our class winner, Quiana Kundal. Second place, Avery Layton. Third, Jaron Knopp. Fourth, Hunter Tobin. And 5, Allison Weed. We are now going into class 9 of our Progress Division. Market Hogs. Waverly, Millard, you're needed in holding pens for your class. Waverly.
Man, these cross barrows have been fun, and we got another good class here. I like the young lady's black-headed barrow there in the center of the ring to go ahead and lead us off with, and obviously a great first impressions barrow just in terms of height of shoulder, skull shape, extension up front, and yet looking that trim and attractive right there through the front third of his body. Opens up right into some good shape and good forerib there. You know, is he just overwhelming in terms of his loin edge? Probably not. I could give him just a shot more. I could give him a shot more in the seat of his pants there, but I think one that's built like that, constructed that good, and has a good set of rear joints and a hind leg on him. We don't need to dig too deep there to tear apart one that's that good. The young lady's calico barrow is going to go ahead and be second in this class, and if I could just freshen that guy up just a bit more at the top of his neck, back into his cheek there, give him just a shot more power right there below his tail head and on the back half of his pin set there, then I think there's a big-bodied, heavy-duty type of barrow in there. It's got a ginormous hind leg, another one that's perfect in terms of his joints there, just gets a little bit shows a little bit more maturity, I guess, for me in terms of his face and on into his neck. This Berkshire appearing one comes next, and man, if it was the fall, I'd say somebody would have cashed a pretty big check by now. They just had him born in the wrong time of the year, because I think that one in that implication is very good. But for me, in this class, he wants to kind of tiptoe just a little bit off behind. He wants to kind of pull up short in terms of his stride. He never really wants to relax those rear toes and pastern and just kind of get out and go with comfort like the two above him. I think from his hip on forward, though, that one's very good. Another great first impression type of hog. You see a good sleek jawline come in, followed by a good rolled up back, and you know, you just pray that they're good enough from behind. I read him good in terms of his joints, in terms of his squareness. Don't read him good enough for me in terms of his comfort level and range of motion there. Young lady that comes next falls into a tough class with a good practical made type of barrow, big ended type of hog, big chested, big hip, big top line laid into that hog, a good belly line laid in there as well. You know, is he just the most elevated on his front feet? Is he the tallest shouldered? Is he the heaviest featured when we compare him back against a good trio above him? Probably not, and maybe that's where it sorts him here. But I think for a hog that maybe is just a shot flatter in terms of his pastern, it's not bothering him. It's not restricting him in terms of his movement pattern there. He's still comfortable. He still steps. He still goes. It's worth noting, though, I would like to fix him there, make him just a shot stouter as well to run with those ones above him. We got all the feature we need in the one that comes next. And from the side right there, I'd even question myself if I just showed up to the show ring, because I think that view right there is worth quite a bit of money. I think he's tall-fronted. He got kind of a unique set there to his pole and his ears there. Big opened up, big squishy toes up front that are good, and they reach and they go. Step in behind him, I got to square him up. He takes that hawk out just a bit too wide. He wants to kind of twist at the surface on how he plants those rear toes. Square him up there, make him a bit more secure, and I think we got an awfully neat one. Same about this gilt. If you're just rolling up here, you might think, why are we this deep into the class? Front 2/3 of that one are awesome. I even probably like that one's jawline just a shot better than the one above her. I read her to be just a bit further more there in terms of her width from behind. Got to rein that one in. Need to see him leave us just a little bit squarer. One that's just a bit too jammed up for me. I remember in the gilt show there as well. Probably has some more market proportions. I don't blame him for trying it here, because I think that's a big top, awesome shaped one there. It's got a lot of power and dimension there to her body. For me, I need to make her longer fronted in terms of where her neck ties out of her shoulder. She wants to bunch up just a little bit more there at her hip. Just make everything there lengthen just a shot off either end of her skeleton. We got a stout one. A good fault-free, kind of easy moving type of gilt that comes out and just gives up too much in terms of body and flesh and power today. I think her look is right. I think she's got time to flesh up, get a little bit stouter there in her mid-body, and when we do, then we're not going to have a whole lot of problems we have to fight. I think just some more time on feet, we got something good there. Hog here that maybe just gets a bit too plain for me in his head and his neck, wants to give up just a little bit of size, maturity, and power there, opening him up on his shoulder, making him just a bit stouter, and I think we can make him just a bit more competitive in this class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our class winner, Abby Wilkinson. Second, Waverly Millard. Third, Quiana Kundle. Fourth, Kylie Staniford. And fifth, Hagen Tippett. Entering the ring now is Class 10. Class 11, this is your call to come to the holding pens. Class 11, this is your first call to come to the holding pens. Thank you.
Good class here. Young lady in the pink's going to go ahead and lead us off with here. And I remember one from earlier there that's so maxed out in terms of her prep. We gave her a breather. She came back. She's looser. She wants to flex her shoulder. She wants to flex her hip. And here we are. I think we got a good class winner there. Dead level on, square behind. Big open up in terms of her hip wall and her pin set up high. Powerful, shapely, square about her loin edge. Good look there. I think a nice type of gilt to go ahead and lead us off with. Young man in the blue shirt's got one, obviously, that we remember well from the breeding gilt show. And I think, honestly, probably just better suited there in that regard for us today, and maybe just not quite the body volume when we study her through her heart and her rear flank is what we found in that class winner from a market hog perspective. But I still think so good in terms of her feminine quality about the look through the front third of her body, squareness of pin set, her hind legs dead on there as well, effortless in terms of her movement pattern. Just not quite as much punch as what we're looking for on the market side, but I still think a very good hog there. Young lady's got a first or third type of hog here. Unfortunately, it's the latter half for her today with the solid black barrel, but I think one that, man, if you want them big and bold and broad and stout, then that one's going to give you everything you could ask for, and maybe twice on Sunday for that regard there. I think is big in terms of his back spread, in terms of his rib and his lower body cavity is what you'll find. Too jammed up for me in terms of his neck. He gets to be packing just a bit more heat there around the base of his neck and into his throat. I need to make him just a bit more refined and a little bit more elevated there. He's got a hind leg that's got a neat kind of a bend to it, but there at times he wants to kind of just camp it up underneath him and maybe not open up just quite as good. Young lady's calico that comes next, probably a bit more appropriate in terms of her head and neck set, but yet even yet probably still just a little bit lower fronted and plainer about the way that her neck wants to tie into her shoulder as we study where her crest line meets the top of her chine and into her blade. Need to freshen that one up in terms of shape at that regard there. Like we talked earlier in the class, I think from mid-rib back, that one's awfully good. Hip and hind leg are dead on square, and we're sound and we're agile from that regard. Need to make her better in the front one-third of her body. Barrow here that wants to just give up some power when we study his lower feature, and his forearm there offers a good silhouette and a good look there in terms of his elevation up front. Just not quite as manly, not quite as beefy as a couple of them in terms of their front foot and forearm, and just lower body power than what we found there above it. Runs into a good class with a good kind of design barrow there. Just need a little bit more gas there. Hog here just wants to get a bit too soft for me in terms of his front foot, a little bit too plain and coarse about the shape to his skull and his neck. I think still has some shape there working down his top line, still big and opened up in terms of his hip and pin. I need to make him just a little bit better on that front foot, need to make him just a bit fresher there. I think a hog here that, if the majority of hogs looked like this and looked like a high-performing, a good-doing type of barrel in a market hog setting, would never have to worry about hogs making weight, because that one looks like an extremely practical one that you could throw the kitchen sink to and not mess up a thing. I think his comfort level reads great. I think he looks like a hog that can grow off of just water alone and do the right things and still fill out a pretty good carcass there. I don't read him to be just as good or just as, out there or exotic in terms of his head and his neck. I'd like to sharpen him up in terms of his shape just a bit, but I think a good practical, good everyday type of hog there that comes in next. Man's got a calico here that's presented right, good in terms of her hydration there up high, big kind of hind leg there. Just wants to dry out just a bit much for me in terms of its forerib and down into its belly line and flank. Need to allow that one to just fill out a little bit better there. Bring out one solid black one here next. I need to make just a bit more dimensional in terms of what she's got. Ready to be just a bit too flat in terms of her body line there. I still think very good in terms of feet and legs, and certainly room to push on. Maybe get just a little bit more cover there on that barrel. One here that wants to just lurch a bit too far forward for me, become just a bit too short in terms of his cannon, a little bit too stiff and straight up front. Need to fix it there. Certainly a lot of power, a lot of product packed into that one for a market setting. No, congratulations.
Congratulations to our class winner, Palin Miller. Second, Spencer Bratton. Third, Adeline Kinsey. Fourth, Palin Miller. Fifth, Hallie Meisness. Class 11. Following Class 11, we will have our Champion Progress Drive, and following that, we will have our Supreme Drive. If you received first or second in the Progress class, Palin Miller, Spencer Bratton, Waverly Millard, Abby Wilkinson, Tucker Mockridge, Kaylee Eider, Quiana Kundal, Avery Layton, please come to the holding pen for preparing for the Champion Market Drive. Thank you.
good way to round out our crossbred show. It's been an incredibly deep show here, and I still think we got some quality that comes through here. Young lady in the white shirt in front of me is going to be the one to start us off here, and I think a barrow that still reads fresh in terms of his presentation, big and massive in his upper skeleton, more appropriate for me in terms of the spread he's got behind his shoulder there. You know, is that one just super heavy in terms of his front foot and forearm comparative to how much heat he's packing in terms of his mid-body and his upper skeleton? You'll probably not, but I still think it fits and blends relatively well. Offers a great turn to his body shape there. Is still competitive and good and fresh look about his head and his neck. Nice type of barrow there to lead us off. Gilt here that if I can make just a bit broader in terms of where her shoulder wants to open up and maybe just a little bit more elevated in terms of her height of shoulder and extension up front, then I think maybe that one's got a whole lot of good there within her. I love her hip. I love the rear third of that one's body. Everything fits and blends good. Or I think her joint work lays into her right. I think her rear toes and her flex there is good. But she becomes just a bit more closed up when we study the front third of her body. Pry her apart right there at her shoulder, open her up through her heart shape there, give her just higher elevation there up front, and I think we can maybe run with that one. Blue hog here, and I understand blue hogs are hard to keep fresh, but maybe one that's just showing his age a bit more here. Still done a good job keeping his flank in him. His belly's good. He got the right kind of feel and fit there on him. Got a massive hind leg there. It becomes just a bit higher in its chine, a bit more weathered and aged, I guess, in terms of the condition of his crest and his face there. I think a good heavyweight type of pig just from a composition and spread and power standpoint, maybe just not quite as youthful as what we'd like to find versus the two there above him. Hog here that's packing just a lot of flesh and a lot of power. I think still maintains pretty well despite maybe just a bit more cover through her belly there. Wants to wrinkle just a bit more ahead of her loin. Wants to get just a little bit easier there down her top line. Wants to straighten up just a bit in terms of her shoulder and frail out a shot in terms of her front ankle. But I think still a very good skull shape there. A taller fronted, attractive type of gilt there. If we're going to study height of shoulder and skull shape, we can appreciate those things. Nice gilt here. Hog that comes out next that wants to get just a bit wide from behind. He wants to swing and push and plant just a bit wider than I'm comfortable with. We rein him in from that regard. Still think he's a pretty good barrow there. Excuse me. Round out here with a blue one that wants to maybe father time caught up to him just a bit more up front. He wants to get a little bit longer in the toe, a little bit flatter in terms of his foot. I need to make him just a little bit better in his pasture and a little bit stouter, a little bit better in terms of his muscle condition there to move up. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our class winner, Claire Kelly. Second, Claire Kelly. Third, Jesselyn Magerly. Fourth, Sam Spraker. Fifth, Kate Wolf. And now we are having our champion progress market hog drive. Following that, we will have our supreme champion market hog drive, which will include our Kootenai-bred and our AOB. Thank you.
Awesome group of crossbred barrows here in our progress show. I think this has been another one that's been really fun. Like I talked in that last division, I thought it was awfully deep, but I think maybe these have been even more fun to sort through as we get into some of these heavier fighting weights and get them out here and compare and contrast. And I think it comes down between a pair of them realistically out here, and offer some differences. There's one that's maybe a little bit better in terms of his height of shoulder. He's wild in terms of his look. He's very, very loose off either end of his skeleton. But you got to ask yourself, does that one have just enough spread? Does he have just enough chub and center bulk when you get right on top of him? Is there just enough shape and turn there to the edge of his loin for a market hog show? And then we got one that I think is beautiful in terms of his top line. He's carved out. He's high and he's square in terms of his shape up high. Good in terms of his power off his rear skeleton. You maybe ask yourself, is he just big enough and his kind? Does he fit today? Is everything going to be just elevated enough to match? Is he maybe just a little bit bigger in the heel of his loin? I think these are questions you ask yourself. But in reality, when we keep them square, we start stacking on extras. We keep market hog fundamentals in mind. There's one that's overwhelming in terms of his shape, in terms of his product. I like the young lady here in front of me to be your champion. We drop a good second place out there, and I'm sure that one will fit into the mix here before long. Thought another one there that came out, and like we talked in that in our initial conversation moments ago, that if we could carve this one out just a bit more, if we could make him just that much better and that much bolder right there through his center rib and on into his heart, and give him just a shot more right there below his tail head, then I don't think there's much more conversation needed. But still, he's our second favorite nonetheless. I like the young lady's black-headed barrow over there on the far side. Get out here for third overall, and I think another one that maybe, comparatively back against the Grand and Reserve in this division doesn't blend just quite as good right there behind her shoulder. Maybe just doesn't fill out quite as broad right there at the upper part of her heart and on into her shoulder spread right there. But I still think is an awfully good one just in terms of power from shoulder on back. Great about her hip. Offers us a good view as she drives to us. Young lady in the pink is going to have your third overall. A bit closer here for fourth out, and I think another one that if we can change one area, and it's the view he's got going away from us, if we can rein that one in, just in terms of his hawk shape, in terms of his just his comfort level there from behind, then I think that one could grab even a bigger piece of the pie. I still think too unique to let slip down the way any further. Young lady in the black here in front of me has got your fourth out. fifth and final decision we've got to make in this in your progress show. And I think another one that we get critical on in class, we talk feminine characteristic and quality, and we think we're good there. And, maybe don't call that one just quite as broad as the one that beats it or is market hog oriented there. But I think just in terms of comfort, still having enough in terms of shape and yet still having a memorable look. I like the young man in the blue shirt here to be your fifth out. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion, Progress, Market Hog, Quiana Kundal. Our reserve champion, Abby Wilkinson. Third overall, Palin Miller. Fourth, Avery Layton. And fifth, Spencer Bratton. Congratulations to our Progress champions. We need our AOB champion to come to the holding pen for our Supreme Market Hog Drive. We will be having our Supreme Champion Market Hog Drive here shortly. Thank you.
Well, I think an awesome market hog show. I don't know if we need to camp them, but we can certainly lay off the gas. I'm not much of a speech giver anyway, if you know me, but, I think first things in order. I appreciate Brian and Eddie and the whole crew for giving us the invite out. This is a pretty big deal you guys have got going out here. I've been fortunate enough to get to go around to some shows. I was kind of doing some math on the flight last night. We took a vacation to Florida as a family last week. Prior to that, I've been fortunate to judge about 7 shows shows in 8 different weeks in about 7 different states, and this has been one of those shows that you remember, and you will remember just because of how efficiently it's ran, how smooth it's put together, how well everything blends. And I'm not just talking about ring help. I'm not talking about the show, the hog show in specific. I'm talking about the whole event. You guys have got a very neat deal, whether it be your social media team, whether it be, just the experience you're providing with music ringside, with a great ring setup, with great help. I have not put on a show. I do not want to put on a show, but I love going to them. I cannot imagine what it takes to put into this effort to make this show what it is. So I think at the very least, if you could, please put your hands together for Brian, the whole Kootenai Classic crew, Eddie, everybody here that's got something to do with this, because you guys have got a special deal here. And I know it's different probably yet. We're very fortunate, I guess, where I'm from in Iowa. We got an 8-week-long circuit. I got shows 15 minutes from my house, and the furthest one's probably 3 hours. And if we want, we can show 20 times in about 8 weeks. And I know that's very different out here. They told me how many different states come to here. They told me how many hours you have to travel to even get here. And I promise you, the guys that are making 3-hour trips here are acting like it's the same distance I have to drive to the 15-minute show. So that's a luxury, I guess, that I take for granted more times than not. But for you guys to have an event like this and obviously bring quality stock to it, I think is an exceptionally good deal. I don't have a whole lot of a speech left to give other than that. Very fortunate here. I know it's Father's Day weekend. I got my dad with me. I love sorting with Dad. We got to do it. Not a whole lot, but a couple of times here. He's doing the cattle show tomorrow. He's fun to bounce ideas off of. We ran the circuit together hard growing up. I think we probably showed 100 times when I was growing up. I wouldn't trade a single moment of that for anything else, and it's helped to kind of define what we do here. I'm fortunate I get to do this for a living now. Among other things, we also farm back at home, but the show pig deal is a daily occurrence in my life. It's something we live and breathe and get to do. So I don't take it lightly. I appreciate the invite. You have a world-class show we put on here. We talked it over with. I think there's a good pair out here. We'll fire up the music. I'll put the mic down. I'm going to show you which one we like best. I know we got about 4 more of these positions to pick. We both thought that champion was just so overwhelming in terms of the power and the good. He's got a killer look ahead of his blade and so much shape. There's another one that I think is flat out special. Obviously, a lot of time left to do things and a lot of choices to be made based off the state of his genitals there. And I think either way you want to go, that one's awfully good. Didn't rate him to be just quite as bold or manly right there at the ground up front is what that champion was. He's got time to do it, and I'd personally love to have one like this back at home. But I think he's too good to let slip down any further. I like our young man's lightweight here to go ahead and be reserved. We drop our reserve lightweight in here for your third out. And, back at home, we're kind of in our mid phase, I guess, of feeding barrows. We got August state fairs and July county shows coming up. We're not able to just quite mash on things quite yet. We've got about 30 days out, and kind of thinking back to what we've got and kind of comparing, I guess, our feeding and where we'd like to do and what we'd like to do. There's one out here, I think, for third that hit me awfully good there, and one that just looks like a blast to feed. To roll one up that good up high, to keep them that bold and that dimensional in terms of their center body, and yet have the running gear, the look, and the maturity pattern to be able to do things. Young lady in the pink, I like you third best. You'll be our next in line. Got another one that falls into contention right away, like we've talked. I mean, he's kind of the outlier of the show. He's a freak, and he's either fit him in or use him to win the whole show type of deal, just in terms of his look. And I think certainly one that'll fall into the mix here. Another one I thought was really good. Presence and build and presentation are all so good there. Hind leg and his rear joint's great. I wish for a market hog show we got a little bit more power in the seat of his pants. I wish we could roll that loin edge up and make that rib stand out just a bit more, but I still think an awfully good one they should be proud to have. Young lady's black-headed bear is going to fall in line next. Fifth and final decision we've got to make today, and like we talked in the last division, I've taken nothing away from your purebred or your county classic here, champion. I think awesome divisions, good kids, good pigs all the way through there. Another one I think is just too unique to not get a piece of the pie. Young man here in the green is going to have your fifth out. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our supreme market hog, Quiana Kundal. Reserve champion market hog, Kyle Odell. Third overall market hog, Palin Miller. Fourth overall, Abby Wilkinson. And fifth overall market hog, Dallas Headley. Thank you for coming out to the show today. Tomorrow is our cattle show. And we'd like to thank our title sponsor, Interstate Concrete and Asphalt, and our buckle sponsor, North Idaho Propane. Thank you and enjoy our beautiful weather today.